on the right-hand side below, you are seeing an image from the suburbs of the US, perhaps the most failed marketing within the world, the dream in the modern with question mark, where CRIE defines it as the fascist town planning situation, where it reduced the dream into this nucleus family, where women have no role other than being a mother and the cleaner. If you remember those images, women happy cleaning the house, women happy sleeping the babies, and so yeah. So all these fascist brutal notions paved out the way in the creation of Isocarp in 1960s. 1960s, of course, while all these notions are continuing, on the other hand side, remember, planners were expected to create an adequate setting for the new post-war city. On one hand side, there were these problems and also transition from planned economy to the capitalist economy, creating its own global problems. On the other hand side, planning was being emerged as a kind of utopia in thriving growth and innovation for the exploited city. And within this period, Isocarp started to contribute to this situation by promoting planning, advancing planning research, theory building and education, and bringing the planning debate into the public realm with its congresses, annual congresses. And of course, following 1960s comes the 80s, 90s. On one hand side, we have the advocacies for solidarity and cooperation, especially against environmental protection. Remember the Brundtland report, so on and so forth. Of course, against this, there are destructive urban exploitation, federal bulldozer, rapid urbanization, then enters symbolic fail of the Berlin Wall, increasing global social movements, and then planners again one more time finds itself a chance, this time with an unprecedented opportunity, but brutally failed to take over, because neoliberal policies then take over, and the rest is story actually. So global capitalism, domination of hegemonic powers, monopoly, resulting in massive destruction, which can be called as collective suicide, social unrest, violence. So this was the atmosphere in the period where Young Planning Professionals program was all actually founded. So despite this destruction and exploitation, by the way, this photograph showcases our Jakarta Young Planning Professionals from 2019. It was a perfect group. So despite this destruction, what does YPP stand for? So this is the thing I want to talk about. So as I said, Isocarp gets its motto, strength, from the motto knowledge for better cities. And we say that it has a particular focus and commitment on young generations since 1991. And the idea is committing young generations through facilitating knowledge for better cities with the youth, because they are the future leaders of the promotion. So the program has been pulling young planners all over the world for more than 30 years now. This year is the 31st year, and with the unique goal, providing young planning professionals the opportunity to share their knowledge, skills, and expertise to resolve complex and multidimensional and complex planning issues, providing them an opportunity to work in multicultural settings, sharing experiences in real life, playing problems, learn from each other, and stimulate professional interests, foster new ideas with the courage, without afraiding from their professors or their employees, and contribute to the innovation of our society in the name of universal vision of promoting and enhancing the planning profession. And through this unique creative spirit within the society, this program has contributed towards making lifelong friendships beyond borders, languages, cultures, and professional backgrounds. So today we can say that the program is a knowledge hub, an urban laboratory for the young professionals, a transformative power to broaden the vision and critical thinking on young professionals, an interactive, collaborative, and inclusive learning environment, and a platform of action for change by facilitating power of the young generations. And it is doing it by the actions that you are seeing on the right-hand side: workshops, training and monitoring, networks, award programs, legacies, and publications are the activities that Young Planning Professionals program is building this hub for the young generations. So while, as I said, celebrating this 30th anniversary, we can say that ISOCARP legacy continued to present a passionate debate all over the world. Up to today, 51 workshops are organized in 26 countries, meaning we have 1,163 alumni pool. And I'm so privileged and honored to know these people within those years. And it is a privilege to have you and know you, and I hope those of you who are participating today will become also part of this alumni pool in the coming years when you graduate. And all young professionals programs, workshops are designed to build up a lifelong partnership between ISOCARP and the partners, and which makes this program unique is in the sense of strategically blended in an interplay between public, private sector, academy, and NGOs. In this way, it is very, very unique within the sectors. And here you see how this alumni is distributed all over the world. Of course, still have a European dominance, but increasingly having the support from rest of the world. But why YPP? Why YPP? Why we need these workshops? In a general sense, let me tell you why. Learning from each other, from one another, work with high-level professionals, greater creativity through multidisciplinary approach, exploring real-life contexts, opportunity to experience new professional challenges and to gain new skills, react and action, meet the leaders of the sector, help in future career growth, lifelong learning, friendship, and of course, global network, to be cool and have fun, and of course, be part of the ISOCARP, who and whatever you are, like this flamingo from the Kocaeli. It was also welcomed in our workshop. So for the partners, of course, that means fresh ideas, especially for traditional planning committees. It means safe discussion in non-traditional approaches to all planning problems. It means interest and awareness among citizens. It means interest in learning from each other, continuous learning, exchange, and dialogue, especially when you have, how to say, pressured, vulnerable population who are afraid of sharing their views or taking part in this platform, like the women and the youngsters. So therefore very important. And again, why YPP? In the planning sense, we can say that it is for reinventing planning by strengthening awareness on the powers to control change. It is to facilitate young with new skills to manage their strengths and individual creative pursuits, to allow them becoming agents of change. It is for fostering alternative speculative narratives and perspectives by learning from local causalities and contextual realities rather than artificial global standards and formations. It is for broadening opportunities to rethink planning education and profession as a lifelong process of knowledge, and of course to utilize an innovative interaction platform by stopping monopolies by public institutions, but instead empowering communities to lead. And now I will show you some examples from those workshops. We don't have time to talk on all, but of course in the questions part, if you have any questions, I will be happy to answer, but at least you will see what kind of a spectrum and activity broadens we are, and I am at least working with the young people. So just some examples from this is a Xi'an workshop from 2008, focusing on industrial heritage and regionalization, regional regeneration. We worked in the old industrial steeling plant from 156 Soviet projects. Another workshop in 2018, again from Buda, Cool and Connected, planning Buda through urban flows. Whereas the young professionals propose solutions, alternatives for the waterfront and for airport areas. Another workshop from 2018 was in Kristiansand. This time it was the Cool Kristiansand, Cool Planning New Kristiansand. It was a period where, because of the decrease in the number of population, Kristiansand's 3 municipalities in the region by the regional government supposed to merge into one. And this was the first time the government used our workshop to publicize this new political situation to its community. So we were very, very privileged in that sense. Another workshop, 2019, we are now in China, again in Ningbo. It's a workshop in China. And if you know China, you will know that they kind of use these models over and over. So when we finish with this project, we know that there were 300 new projects for child-friendly urban planning. This time it was a beautiful children become part of the workshop. So it was not only young professionals who are in the age of 23, 35, but we were with the kids in the age of 6, 8. It was an incredible experience for us, because I was talking about planning as we know it. You really need to forget it. I will tell you one thing. When we asked children what is the most important problem in Mindong community, they said the trees. They wanted to get rid of the trees because trees were an obstacle in playing with the ball, and they don't want trees on the streets to play with the ball. So it was a really cool experience on how to listen to community and how to react to these wheels. It was perfect, really. And in 2021, this time we were in Qatar, Doha, in not ironic way, but we created this dichotomy because Qatar was always on the forefront with its huge mega projects, with the skyscrapers, mega projects, mega events. But then we selected a mangrove area, the ecologically sensitive zone, and among the most important heritage zone for the society. So we kind of used this workshop as a chance to claim kind of an alternative to the post-oil city or post-oil paradigm shift, let's say. And this year in March, I was in Kocaeli, Turkey. It was the first time since years the workshop returned to Turkey, and the subject was change for resilience. In 1 week, we kind of questioned how to heal the community, how to be with the water in creation of the resilience in a public space project where there's extreme pressure from the partners, the private sector, to transform this into a residence area, but it was a spectacular example. And of course, I put some examples from Jakarta workshop. I really missed being in Jakarta and Bogor. Our team in Jakarta Bogor workshop, we had 2 cities as case study area. In Jakarta, we studied transit-oriented development in Duku Atas, and in Bogor, we studied heritage. So different cities, different mayors asked for different teams, and we connected all these into one workshop, and we searched for planning beyond limits. It was actually a call for exploring the unfamiliar, thinking beyond the limits. We kind of wrote tales for 2 cities, and I want to, it was an incredible commitment. I hope they were there. I really miss them a lot, but I need to name them: Meyruna Kesuma, Nadia Ayu Rahma Lestari, Rais Kandar from Indonesian Association of Urban and Regional Planners, and of course our local coordinators, Majadi Punomo, Rone Fusueyun from Malaysian Association of Urban Planners, Inez Darmalya, Arya Lahasa Putra, Inez Darbina Burnama, many. So it was brilliant. We did this workshop with 50 young planning professionals. 25 of them were selected from Indonesia, and they created brilliant results. All these results available from our website. Please have a look at it. Also, the book, an incredible book they published in 2 languages. In Indonesian, you see my time. Let me find this. If you check it out in ISU, you can find the book online. It is in 2 languages, an incredible contribution to not only Indonesian planning, but in the global sense. And they did everything themselves, the young professionals. So you can check it out from it. Are you get bored? How are you? How is the situation?
I think we're great.
Great.
Yeah.
I'm using a lot of time. I'm not sure. I hope you are with me. You don't get bored. As I said, because we don't have time, I will not go a lot on this situation, but I will just show you little by little what kind of proposals took place. And you can always get these posters from our website, and I can talk to you in detail later on. So please, you can write me anytime to talk about this. So the proposals embody strategically and creatively reclaiming the megacity through inclusive and creative planning as response to the challenges. They try to connect people with the city, people with their culture, people with their identity. And the workshop manifested an innovative and creative approach to our more than 30-year-old history, because for the first time we introduced new modes of methodology. We created Isocarp first flash mob and pirate public hearing in open public space. It was the most spectacular moment in my lifetime, let's say. And they told us that it was the first one in Jakarta. Actually, the reason was we couldn't get permission from the police. This was the reason. But when we didn't get permission from the police was there. So we said, okay, we are just building it. It is the Duku Atlas tunnel. The ones from Jakarta will know. We didn't have anything. All the presentations were in Indonesian. So the people passing around, the young people you are seeing on the images, were coming to us asking questions. It was the most beautiful thing. You should believe me. And I'm so happy that we are trying to use the same methodology over and over now as a model in our other workshops. And it means Isocarp goes public thanks to Jakarta. And this is the book I already showed you. And this is this year's book. In 2 weeks time or 3 weeks time, I will be moving to Brussels. And with this 58 Isocarp Work Planning Congress, we will be having a new workshop in Brussels focusing on the health city, health neighborhood concept in Port Ninov region. We will see what will come from this workshop. So I'm finishing it little by little. So trends and challenges we said. So what we learned from Isocarp within those years to live the future we all desire and need, let's say. So it is like some confused notions, some ideas, not looking back, but looking beyond, because so many change since then, but at the same time, so little changed as well. Once we were putting the planning at the center of communicative theory, then found ourselves as outsiders through increase of the community movements. We couldn't get the first contact with the community. So we were like either gods looking from beyond, or we were nothing, because we were the masters once and now we weren't the masters anymore. So some of the guys became barefoot planners. Some were lost in this neoliberal agency. While there was a chance for a paradigm shift, I'm not sure how planners use that shift in their own sense. But instead, we have transformed planning and planners as the agents of neoliberal planning. John Levering had a beautiful article on the planning as we know it and changing how planning become the agents of neoliberal planning. I recommend you to read. So at the end, it is an immature in relearning our role, its role in the new 21st century networks, new communicative era, and of course the new modern commons approach. So therefore, perhaps the role of labs, the labs, living labs, or the workshops, let's say, is important more than ever. Although the numbers of getting higher and higher by using the same roles, the role model of Isocarp within the years. At the same time, we see a ever-ending ignorance in the experiential education in planning. We are seeing more and more divorce from design and space. Planning departments becoming part of morely in the geography, social sciences. So the planners kind of forget the space, the urban space, the regional space as it is, or the community within it. And of course, while it is becoming more and more anti-spatial learning process, again, we cannot go back, but how will we go further? How planning as an arena of reinventing self will approach it? So if we cannot look at it, perhaps we will again look at Palermo's view, Lojacono's painting to remind us what was planning once, or what wasn't, but what was the desire for the planning was. Perhaps it is better in that sense. So to kind of conceptualize what I was trying to tell you within those moments. So first, it should not be wrong to claim that a learning environment is needed between researchers, policymakers, practitioners, as well as the community. So I'm here in front of you as a practitioner, but although I am a researcher. So researchers need to understand practitioners and policymakers' immediate practice needs, eliminating dissonance and self-alienation. We know that theory informs practice for alternative ways of thinking and give practitioners a kind of confidence in their business with grounded approaches. But researchers also need to regard experience gained by professional practice and real life. Practitioners need to question, again, their confidence in that sense. Like the researchers, they need to be more critical about their practice. And policymakers need to take into account both researchers, practitioners, NGOs, and the communities. They take into account the fact that policy and policy making is not under the domain of governments. They need to get ready to tap into complex and diverse wealth of knowledge and experience without oppressing any other actors. They all take into account the importance of the process rather than the product-oriented approaches and experiences built upon perception, cognition, and conceiving. And they all of them, they need to respect community's life experiences, needs, and demands. As we said, this indigenous epistemology is gaining more and more importance in the last years, as you are aware of it. So it means that we still need to resolve the environment-society relationship as indigenous people did want. So because while learning is the process of creating knowledge, knowledge then is created through the transformation of the experience. And the second notion is about theory of learning in action, knowing in action. So these are not new theories from 1980s. They are coupled with, you can put here the communicative theory, Habermas, Innes, Castas discussions here. So although more than 40 years passed, we are still in the same notion, the second notion. The practice helps to surface the tacit knowledge and to prepare conflict situations and uncertainties. But while the problem setting is important as solving awareness, understanding of processes, they increase our ability to manage change. And within this context, Isocharp showcases very powerful ways of developing detailed insights from actual experiences, perceptions, while trying to explain how and why based on narratives, which is very, very important in tackling with today's problematics. And it gives us a chance exploring different ways of reacting to urban problems. When a person from Mongolia China, Colombia, let's say Turkey and Qatar comes together, of course, they need to rediscover reacting to urban problems. Somehow these proximities make the people get closer and closer to each other, and seeing, unfortunately, the problems are, of course, having local problems, but at the end, some of these universal notions or problematics, we feel that we are not alone, within this destructive processes. So it means a medium for creating participatory and interactive platforms of contribution to the community again.
Miss Gunay, I'm sorry, but our time is up already.
So I'm finishing it. Yeah, I'm finishing it just now, two words. And of course, thirdly, the lab methodology, I can say, is a critical medium of knowledge transfer. So it is the public space itself. The understanding different facets of meanings of publicness, recreating interrelations between the space, time, institutions, people, at the same time creates the power of the collaboration and co-creation, which is unique to the public space within this pursuit of power knowledge cream, as I was talking about in the start of my speech. So finally, this carries us to the future of planning. So what remarks we can draw from the lab methodology, or all this for the future of planning, where young planning professionals will take the leading role in that sense. And all these articles also bounded upon the proposals of the young professionals, and also the contributions of young professionals in their own professions facets. So what they are saying, it is important to listen to them. We can say that there's a need to respond to new discourses on planning and urbanism, not to cope up with the present but future agenda by preventing authorized bias knowledge, to promote change of emphasis on the role of public in reshaping cities, focusing on values, needs, and diversities. Encourage paradigm shift is important that foresees vulnerables, not as targets, but a map of reshaping our cities based on care, creation, and resilience. We need to foster dialogue as the base of soft power to reflourish the capacity of community and empower to affect and lead change. An advocate, of course, diverse mediums of education to flourish transformative power of the public. We need to search for new ways of governance that are responsive, inclusive, context-based, rather than responding unfixed situations by fixed policies. We need to prepare the ground for civil society to explore its own role in reshaping cities, learn to lead, learn to select, and learn to adapt. And finally, learn from the place, indigenous epistemologies to change future, to educate the change of future. Need to know what we were lead in the decision of what we want to be, what we desire to be. Terima kasih for listening to me.
Okay. I think in the thank you screen we have a pantun ya, the Bogor poem. Kota Bogor, kota hujan. Kalau mampir jangan lupa makan. Bapak-bapak, ibu-ibu sekalian, terima kasih sudah mendengarkan. That's a very good poem actually, Miss Gunay. Thank you very much for the inspiring and the insightful session. That was great. Yeah, allow me to conclude the plenary session from Miss Gunay. So what we are heading toward is we are aiming to build a community-based, an inclusive and resilient planning for everyone, because sometimes the planning that we used to know is hardly listening to people. Yeah, we just focus on the technical sides, but we rarely hear from people. What do they want? What do they need? I especially I am very interested in the child planning in Ningbo. I think that's a very great insight, because we rarely hear what does the children need or what do they want. But here, you try to actually make it come true. And also from the ISOCAP, we learn to live to the future that we all want, we all desire, with knowledge, dialogue, and power. Okay. So that's for my conclusion. And if you have any questions, you can ask through the chat box from now. If you have any questions for Miss Gunay, we will save it for our discussion session. Once again, thank you for Miss Zainab Gunay for this session. That was a great one.
Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. And for now, without further ado, we will be moving to our second discussion from Mr. Shofi Shibatila, the executive director, and he will be talking about trends and opportunities for planning career in Indonesia. Mr. Sulhidar, time and screen is yours.
Okay. Thanks everyone. Good morning. I'm sorry I came late because the technical problem, but I follow the presentation from Zainab. I hope you still remember me from IIP. We met in World Urban Forum in Kuala Lumpur the first time,
Yes,
and
yes.
yeah, and the next meeting in of course in Jakarta Bogor, as Zainab a lot of mentioned in her presentation. So before I deliver my presentation, I want to say that all of the Zainab already presented is that the planner community has offered so much fun. So I consider myself as a young planning professional. I hope Janet also agree. We are forever young, yeah. The here also the Mariana, I think she also will agree that we are still young planning professional because we are forever young. Yeah. But I I want so the first thing I want to raise to you all is about the mm, the last slide of my presentation. Sorry, the next. Hello, who to
Yes.
operate the share screen?
Operator, can you please turn the slideshow on?
Hmm. Or maybe I myself the share screen.
Okay, please hang on. There's a bit of a technical problem, Mr. Shulhidar. Please wait. Okay. Okay, you can. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Uh, is my screen is visible to you all?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Uh, I want to give it to you the urban discourses that available. So I totally agree what Jenna said about we need a learning environment. we need the theory of learning in action, and we need knowledge transfer. Because of this, because the urban discourses is uh, complicated, is massive, and its relation is related to one another. When Zainab said about cultural, livable, inclusive, gitu, I apa, classified that in urban discourses as a development and thematic, gitu ya. We have another discourses as well as definition. For example, what is urban, what is rural, how thin the difference between them. If we take those discourses only for definition, we need learning environment. We need theory of learning in action. We need knowledge transfer about discourses. This about these discourses. Uh, so as well as in discourses for management, institution, governance, gitu ya, and urban territoriality. So we as a planner, uh, with so much discourses must uh, we must master, maybe, or we must know knowledge acknowledgement in this urban discourses is one of the um, obligation for a planner or student of planning to do. So uh, the ISOCARP, YPP ISOCARP, and also we as IFP, Indonesian Association of Urban Regional Planning in Indonesia, want to create the learning environment by give the urban discourses in to be discussed in public, actually. So uh, we had so much fun uh, as a community, but as a planner, we think this heavy. I this courses is need some expertise and need some learning environment, as we mentioned before. So that's the opening. But since the theme is the career, I want to uh, explain this discussion because it's always affect the misunderstanding among us as a planning student. What we're gonna do after we graduate. So the profession and occupations is the concept that we must master. The profession require degree of or completed studies at university or other institution of higher education. It involves extensive training and special knowledge. So we as a planning student, of course, we complete study. We will complete study in university as urban and regional planning or the same level. So we actually have potential to be a professional. So when we talk about a professional, it is
Okay, I'm sorry there has been a bit of a technical problem. Okay, is Mr. Shulhidar here yet?
His name is there, but
Okay, thank you, Miss Gunay. Okay, we will wait for a bit. Okay, welcome back everyone to the pre-congress for the first session. I am very terribly sorry there has been a problem with the technical side earlier. For now, maybe we will wait a little bit for Mr. Shulhidar for him to continue his session since she hasn't joined the audio yet. Thank you very much.
Jennifer,
Yeah, hello.
while we are waiting for Shofi, may I have a request? I learned that one of the coordinators of Jakarta workshop is here with us, Mayrina Kesuma.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, I will.
May show your face.
Yeah, I will ask Mayrina. Yeah, Mayrina is here. Okay, I will ask her first. Okay.
Okay. Actually,
Please.
Miss Mariana will become my lecturer here in my 5th semester.
Wow,
Yeah.
perfect. She's an incredible person, and I can't thank her enough how she invested in everything she
Ah.
touches is her. So it would be so perfect if everyone here will
Oh,
see,
that's
and I will
nice.
thank in front of you to her again and again for this incredible being.
Okay, but I think Miss Mariana hasn't connected her audio yet. I think, yeah, she's connecting right now.
How great to see old colleagues, friends, everyone.
Of course, must be a pleasure.
Jennifer, maybe we can continue for the discussion with Zainab while waiting for the Mr. Sofi.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Okay, so we will move on to discussion with Ms. Zainab Gunay while we're waiting for Mr. Shofi. Mr. Shulhidar, okay, does anyone have a question for Ms. Gunay? That was a very interesting session because we talked so many things about connecting to people, building a resilient community, in participatory planning. Okay, does anyone has a question? If you have, you can raise your hand in the reaction, in Zoom reaction, and then you can turn on your camera, and after I give you the permission, you may speak, or you can use the chat room to ask your question if you are unable to speak, and I can read the question out for you. Don't forget to introduce yourself in full name, institution, and the country you're from. Thank you.
I shared many links from the chat. I hope everyone got it when technically the session expired. Huh? But if you haven't had the chance to get the links of ISU, our webpage or so, then if you don't want to talk to me now or ask any questions, you can write me anytime you want. I gave my emails before. I will write again. Don't hesitate to write me, call me anytime you want. But of course, it will be also cool to listen to you now as well.
Okay, maybe this is a question from me personally. Is that okay, Ms. Gunay? Okay, I was very interested in your topic because I was also concerned in the participatory planning, but the practice hasn't been very widespread, yeah, as from my experience, because people don't really seem to care about it. People just want the result. How do you think should we involve the community? How to build that what is that recognition, or that they can care about the city, not just us the planners?
Yeah, now of course we are live here the things I will say maybe not liked for many, but actually I'm within those years where we supported this, like the communication itself, participation, and so. And the last years, I also become skeptic about the notion of the word participation, because participation or participatory planning, like the question of yours, how can we engage communities? Huh? I think the problem starts with that kind of question, and as planners, we always ask this question in that manner, and kind of call for participation, like a situation where the policymakers or us as the being superior has the control of the situation, creating the limits, but also very tolerant enough to open up a space for the community. So I think the word participation or the terms like participatory design planning as connotations like this, because the time now is not participatory processes controlled by planners or whoever it is, but it is making the community empower itself, so that the planners or anyone will not be in the picture. So the more important thing is not to engage them in the planning process, but to create the ground for them to learn how to manage change themselves. So it is more about this guiding with the technicalities rather than the controlling. But at the end, it will be like not planning for the community or planning with the community, planning with the community also because problematic nowadays, but it will be planning by the community itself.
Oh, I see.
So for me, but at the end again, if we empower the community to control change themselves, so what will happen to us at the end? So it was like, you know, we will be like the negotiators, mediators. We are always rediscovering our role within the plan, like we were rediscovering the master planning process, relationship with the environment and society. So it will change. Therefore, how will we engage? We will not engage, but we will empower them to take the lead and control their own cities and processes.
I see. Okay. Wow, that's very interesting because from what I've known, we always we are the mediator, but we also control the city. But the insight from you is what I got, that we encourage and empower the people to build the city themselves. Is that correct? That's very good. That's very interesting, actually. The take was very fresh for me. Very refreshing. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Dunay. Okay. Does anyone want to ask questions? Again, you can just use the chat box if you are unable to speak. Feel free. Okay, Ms. Nurul Nahda, are you willing to ask the question? Do you want to ask the question?
Yeah, of course. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you very much for the presentation. I was wondering, what do you think is the most challenging thing you've experienced so far as a planner?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mitchell. So the question is, what's the challenge that Ms. Gunay has faced as planner so far? Yeah. Okay, Ms. Gunay.
Okay. Mm-mm-mm. It is like it is a so general question, but I can answer in a way that, you know, it was an unfortunate, maybe fortunate for some, but when I graduated from bachelor's, 1 month later or 2 months later, I found myself as a research assistant in the university. So of course, fortunate that I wasn't in no time unemployed. I always employed. So it was a perfect thing for a young graduate. But at the same time, so unfortunate that I couldn't get experience from the street, from the practice. So, and I always felt the lack of this world, because you cannot be even a good researchers without knowing what is going on the practice side for planners, architects, the people in such practitioners. So therefore, when I jumped in 2008 in the ISOCARP world, let's say, as an organization of professionals, it kind of fulfilled this lack in my life. Therefore, the most difficult periods I suffered in my life, always connected to this way, Nuru. So for me now, for the last, I don't know, 10 years or so, the most difficult, but at the same time, the most spectacularly exciting period is every time I had an event in another city, I need to, like the reinvent planning, I need to reinvent my communication, negotiation, values, skills, huh? Because I found out that, yeah, on one hand side, it is perfect that you are in this, you know, as your Congress say, you are in this global village. So you have this network from all the world, everywhere. But in the meantime, it means that you are pluralizing yourself. It is not a singular being anymore, not a singular planner, not a singular person, not a singular social entity, but within all these different encounters, you need to relearn how to communicate, first in notion of in a social basis, but also in doing business, and also being both from the university plus the NGO makes really hard sometimes to create an interplay with the political, anti-political situation. So because all over the world, every ideals, visions, the way we do business is different. So when I was in Qatar, let's say in November, I needed to learn how Qatari people were perceiving the planning or the community, what are their laws, policies, and how they communicate socially. Well, what is the best way to mediate between the practitioners, the policymakers, and the community? Or in 1 month later, you go to Brussels in Belgium. This time you are in the total Eurocentric totalism, where feels like everyone is around themselves, but no, the world is not that. So that again, you need to find yourself trying to convince within the situation. So it is, yeah, as I said, fascinating. All the world is in your on your foot. You learn and you reinvent yourself as a planner, but also, as I responded to Jennifer beforehand, it also makes you question all the truths or all the beliefs that you know, like I was using so many hashtags now, like sustainability, resilience, but because I was with the head of ISOCARP on one hand side, I can skeptically discuss with you for hours the meaning of resilience, sustainability, health, well, whatever it is. So this is the hardest way, but also at the same time more cherishing way, let's say. Nuru, I don't know whether I could respond to your question, but.
Okay, thank you, Miss Kunai, for the answer. Okay, so we received lots of questions here in the chat box, as can see. Okay, so I'll read this one first. Hello, my name is Fatur Rahman, and I'm from Indonesia. I have a question for Ms. Zainab. Was there any obstacles that you face when working on the project in Indonesia, especially in Jakarta and Bogor?
As I said, one obstacle was could not get permission from the police, but then we found our way. That this is the thing I was telling you about mediation and negotiation. So I think the planners should be more than anything, should be the best negotiators, communicators. Huh? It is, of course, it is about the design, the art, the science, but at the end, everything comes to this. So you need to have the skills to mediate between these different sectors and different actors' claims. I don't remember any obstacle other than that. Fatur, sorry if I'm telling wrong. So everything was cool, but for the project side, of course, there were difference. For instance, some obstacles, not obstacle, but some challenges like every practitioner or as an academician, and you are suffering now as perhaps young professional, sometimes there are some clashes between your ideals and the realities of the employers, like the hosts, the mayors, ministers want something, and you are in the workshop and you have your own ideals, and there's this not a pressure because it is a workshop, but of course a little pressure, so that not an obstacle but a challenge is always how to find a way to not to lost your voice, your ideals, but while protecting your ideals and visions, also to be able to work within that setting. It was a part of the problematic, perhaps, we saw in Indonesia and, of course, everywhere. Because when it is politics, this is the situation. Konstantina asks, what do you consider to be the most important impediment for scholar communities? I didn't understand, Konstantina, this question, sorry.
Okay, Ms. Soreli, maybe you can detail the question. What do you consider to be the most important impediment for scholars, practitioners, communities, and politics?
I already responded it. Didn't I respond to the question?
Okay.
Konstantina, are you here?
I think you.
Okay, I'm continuing with Fatin.
Okay,
is it possible
maybe
for
we
you
can move on
share
to.
Yes, Fatin, I can share the link again, no problem. Michal, thank you very much. Hi, Konstantina, I'm here. Okay, Konstantina, if you ask me again, if I didn't respond to your question, I will be happy to respond. Because I was talking about this just now.
Okay,
It was the
Miss
same. It
Gunay,
was the same
there are
question
two
with
people
Kochta,
here
I think.
who are raising their hands on the Zoom. Maybe we can move on to them.
Of course. Yes, Konstantina, I talked about the major challenge just now. Shall I continue, Jennifer? Asifia Ahdiyani.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, you may continue to Ashifa Adiani. Miss Ashifa, you may speak. You may speak.
Okay, thank you, Miss Gunay. Ashifa Hadiani from National Institute of Technology in one of the cities in Indonesia, which is Bandung. So I'm from Indonesia. So I'm interested in the topic you talked about earlier about the children, where the children don't like the trees because the trees is blocking their ball game. So I want to ask you about your opinion regarding a child perspective in planning. What steps should we take in this case?
Get rid of the trees. which is the priority, children or I wish that was easy that much. What is the perception? Yeah, it is so perfect that in Isocarp we have many young professionals now who are working in this concept. If you contact me, Ashifia, I can also give their names. One is from Ecuador, Vivian Cordero. One is Christine, who is now he's working in Buyur, in Sobeco in Belgium. Incredible insights. Of course, I'm not a expert on this notion, so please excuse me if I'm telling you wrong, but the idea is like bounded to the sayings within my speech. So it is like when you have the tree, when you have the children, it's not like the one wolf, the chicken, and I don't know the problem. It is like, it is not a selection, but try to understand what is going on, what is this thinking. With the children, I think the most important thing is especially in, I don't want to say traditional communities, but at least as I see from Turkey and the Middle East, I will generalize, please excuse me, but it is like this notion like children doesn't know anything, children doesn't have the right to ask the question, children obeys the parents, meaning at the end obeys the policymakers. In Turkey, we were calling the president father once. So this is such a unhealthy situation, especially in traditional communities. So giving the voice to the children, China is one of those, maybe not in the same conservative ways like Turkey or Middle East, but again, in the similar notion of pressures and closeness. So children in such circumstances has never had the chance to give their opinion to anything. Yeah? They are just invisible in the family, invisible in the city, like the invisibility of the woman, invisibility of the disabled, invisibility of the queer society. So we are familiar with the invisibles in this world. So in China, when this child, for the first time, given a chance to an opinion about the city, the imagery, the creativity goes to the wall. But when the kids talking about the ball and the trees, it is not like asking the question and disappearing, but living with the children, spending time with them, trying to understand their circumstances, their living environment, then at the end you will finally understand what do they mean. Huh? So we have this generalizations in our contextualizations in our profession, huh, with these surveys and so on. So if this response were reduced into a questionnaire like they don't want trees, huh? I believe there may be many planners willing to get rid of the trees, like we got rid of 10 million trees for this third airport in Istanbul. So it is like that. Therefore, investing in the community and empower them in the planning process to manage their own city, meaning that you when you give time to them, work with them, and try to understand their notion, you will also discover different meanings of trees, different meanings of place, different meanings of being community. So the thing is then, you will not go and say that the public space has no trees, the street is not a place for football, but then you understand local causalities, and every space, every notion becomes part of plural meanings. Therefore, I'm against the generalizations and standards, as I said, like this tree and the ball situation. Perhaps in the looking to the problematic from the perspective of the children, from the perspective of a Chinese woman, I don't know, a Chinese children will be totally different than looking at the same problematic from a Middle Eastern woman or Middle Eastern children. So it is really important, rather than jumping into conclusions or looking at the problematic from our lenses, we need to learn to look at the problems or situations from their lenses, from their language, from their culture and indigenous epistemologies. That will be my takeaway from the process.
Okay, thank you
I
very
hope
much,
I
Ms. Gunay. That was
responded to
really
you,
a deep.
Aishia.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Gunay. Okay, this is from Fatin Humaira. Hi, Ms. Gunay. Is it possible for you to reshare the link you shared before, since there's a line interruption in the middle? I didn't manage to check that out beforehand. Thank you.
Yes,
Okay.
I will do it, Fatin. After responding to you while we are listening to the next speakers, I will do that. Promise.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, for the last question is from Putra Perdana Angga. Hello, are you there?
Hello, can you
Yeah.
hear my sound?
Yes, very
Okay,
well.
thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm sorry I cannot show my video because my connection is unstable. So, my name is Angga Putra Perdana. I'm from Indonesia. Right now, I study at Toyo University in Japan. So, when we talk about the planning and community participation, I think most of the issue is the gap between the community leader and the community member about their perception on the urban development. So what do you think about it? And also how we as a planner can be the mediator or negotiator to address it for the best result. I think you get what I'm trying to say. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
No, Putra, I didn't understand the final part. Can you repeat it? I didn't understand, sorry.
So
Okay. Well, while we're waiting, let's try to check. Is Miss A. Hello?
Hello, yeah.
Yeah, you may continue.
Okay. So can I repeat my question?
Yes, you can.
Okay. So when we talk about the planning and community participation, most of the issues is the gap between the community leader and the community member about their perception of urban development. So what do you think about it, and how we as a planner can be the mediator or negotiator for the best result? Thank you.
Thank you, Putra. Yeah, I answered those two questions previously. I don't know whether you were here or not.
Maybe the connection is off. I'm sorry. Could you?
Because I talked about being a mediator. So it's like repeating myself. I don't know how
Okay.
to
Thank
respond
you.
in a different way, but yeah, for the gap between community leader and the community, yes, as I responded earlier, yes, in the I talked about my skeptic views on the word itself, the participation. The problem starts with the word participation itself. So the gap does not reduce when someone participates in someone else's plan, someone else's situation, but the gap decreases only they co-create, co-design, co-produce together without participating but collaborating. I think because in the participation process, as a skeptic view, how to reduce the gap will only end up sayings like education is a must. We need to educate the community because they do not know as much knowledge as we experts. Or for the policymakers, it is always a problem with who will get the control, who will get the monopoly. It is not about community. Then you have the private sector, then you have different ideals, so that politics and the policies coupled with the community. So it is always lost itself in the wrong connotations. But when it is about co-production, co-creation, then there's no gap between the community leaders or the leaders or the leadered governor or the governed, because in the co-production process, there are no managers and managed, there are no leaders and led, they're all in the same level. And the problem with today's situation that not only the policymakers, but also the university professors, experts also cannot count on this same level in co-producing. I do not want to kind of disrespect to the knowledge and experience to the experts or the university members, but it is also time to rethink the relationship between the knowledge and experience that produce the practice, as I said in my speech. For the other part, the mediators, yeah, all my talk was about this. And with the mediation, as I told earlier, I don't know whether calling ourselves as the mediators, but we need to find ourselves a new adjective, of course, because as we said, we do not have the power of controlling change. So we can influence, but we cannot control change. So the control mechanisms differ. So it is good in one way that we do not have the control. because then you need to level up for the co-production, co-creation process. But if the communication, if the dialogue needs a mediator, then of course there is no one better than a planner. Therefore, in my speech, I was focusing more on the soft powers of the community and soft power of the planners than the hard power. Perhaps you might not have the funds, you might not have the political will, you might not have the lobby, knowledge, I don't know, chance, whatever. But at the end, to utilize the soft power, the most important powers in responding to this challenges of 21st century, if you are good in soft powers, then you can find out ways of co-creating yourself within this continuous learning process. Putra, I don't know, was it enough? Putra asked the question and left the room, huh? I felt like it.
Okay, maybe this will conclude our discussion session with Ms. Gunay. Okay, for Ms. Fatin Humaira, maybe you can ask Ms. Gunay personally by emailing her. Thank you very much for the time. For the time being, thank you very much. I know it's hard to wake up very early in the morning. I thank you very much for your session, and please, I am sorry if there are any mistakes or wording that are wrong. Thank you very much, Ms. Zainab Gunay. We'll see you in the next chance.
Thank you very much. Thank you all the listeners and everyone in the room.
Thank you very much. Okay, for now, we will start our session that will be brought by Global Planning Education Associations Network, or GPEAN, by Ms. Zorika and Mr. Paulo Silva. Okay, to Ms. Zorika and Mr. Paulo Silva, the time and screen is yours. Thank you.
We can be together. Yeah. So, good morning, good evening, good day, everyone. We're happy to talk to you. I just wonder if we can get our screen shared, or if you have our presentation, or we can do it ourselves. Depends. All right, perfect. Thank you very much. It is our pleasure to talk to you all. My name is Zorica Nedović-Budić. I'm a professor emerita at University of Illinois and also visiting professor at University College Dublin. I'm, I would say, experienced academic, and that tells you that I've been for a long time in this work, coming close to the end of my career. And then Paulo will introduce himself as well in a few minutes. So we just wanted to talk to you about the Global Planning Education Association Network, which is actually the sponsor and organizer of this conference, of course, along with the local organizing committee, the ASPI, the Asian Association of Planning Schools, and also various local sponsors within Indonesia. And we're very fortunate to have this wonderful event in this location, and with people who are committed to our profession, to the academy, and also to being able to network. And that's what GPEAN, as we call it in short, is about. So we'll talk to next slide. Do we change the slide, or you change the slides? So GPEAN will tell you a little bit about this really association of association. It's not the usual kind of setup for associations. Most associations have members that are either individual or sometimes institutions like schools. But this is the association or network of associations of planning schools. There's 11 associations that are members of GPN. It was found, this network association was found in 2001, and you can see the letter, the statement that was signed by representatives in Shanghai in 2001. It says that the representatives of national and international planning education associations gathered at Tongji University in Shanghai have agreed on the goal of increasing mutual communication in order to improve the quality and visibility of planning and planning education. To achieve this, it was agreed to establish a global planning education association network and committees to plan holding a second World Planning Congress and to develop an inclusive communication network. And this event that you're participating, it is about networking and communication, which is one of the key goals of GPN and these kind of global associations. And there's really additional benefits from being part of the network that is global versus a more local network, and they all have their own benefits. So next slide. This is the list of associations that are members of GPN. It's African schools, North American schools, Canadian, European schools of planning, Latin American, French-speaking, Australian and New Zealand association, also the Asian, Indonesian, and also the Turkish schools of planning. Again, these individual associations have members institutions that are schools of planning. So that's the first level here, and it's mostly academic association. There's also possible individual membership in some of their associations. Both Paulo and I are members of ASOP, which is European Association of Planning Schools, and also I'm a member through my institution of ACSP, which is Association of Collegiate Schools of Planning in North America. Next slide. Okay, we wanted also to illustrate the coverage of GPN. So you can see basically the associations themselves in color-coded, and also the number of schools, which is not necessarily visible, but and there's a couple of hundreds of schools that are members, a couple of hundreds, I would say 3, 4, maybe 100 planning schools that are members of GPN. So next slide. We're here in Bali, 2022. It's the 5th World Congress of Planning Schools. The first one was in Shanghai, where the GPN was found, and you can see the others were in between. So the goal is to have the congresses in various parts of the world, which helps exposure and also the opportunity to learn about the context and meet the colleagues from various parts of the world. So again, here we are in Bali, which is organized by GPN and co-organized with the Asian Schools of Planning. Next one. Okay, another major activity that GPN does is sponsor and initiates and coordinates some of the publications. This is a series of publications called Dialogues in Urban Planning. They're all global in their scope and on various topics. So again, major publication output that is sponsored by GPN. Next slide. The GPN is governed, the organization is governed by a council based on 2013 bylaws. There's representatives of each of the association member. There's chair, co-chair, secretary, and treasurer. And they try to meet at least once a year in person. This is the opportunity here in Bali. Obviously, we had a bit of a pause during the COVID time. But again, the idea is to communicate in person, to meet and discuss things in a more informal way, and would make a closer connection than it's possible via Zoom and other technical means. There's also a World Planning Congress Steering Committee that has 3 members, and I'm here actually as one of the members of that steering committee in this particular role today and during the Congress and the past 3 years as we were preparing for the Congress. And then also the book series that I mentioned before, the Dialogues in Planning, there's editorial board of 3 members. So now it is my pleasure to pass on the microphone or the laptop to Paulo. He will introduce himself. He is actually a representative of one of the 11 associations of the ASOP. So Paulo.
Good morning, evening, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you from Bali, from the venue of the World Planning Schools Congress. I thank my colleague Zorica for the introduction she made. I'm from originally from a Portuguese university in Europe, the University of Aveiro, teaching and planning programs for quite, let's say, a midterm career teaching. And I've been working with GPIN since I was elected 3 years ago through the Association of European Schools of Planning to be the representative of European schools at the Global Planning Education Associations Network. As such, as a network, most of our work is to liaise and to contact other institutions and other networks at the global level. So please, if you can pass the next slide. Thank you. So here you have some of the institutions and networks with which we are liaising and cooperating right now. It has been an evolving process, of course. We've been contacting, interacting with all these institutions and networks. Within GPAN, we dedicate ourselves to liaise with this set of institutions, in particular UN Habitat, which is the branch for spatial and territorial issues from the United Nations, ISOCARP, International Society for City and Regional Planning, and the Global Planners Network. So in order to organize the work among us, each one of us has responsibilities on liaising with these different associations. Our colleague, which was the first chair of GPAN when it was created in 2001, Bruce Siftel, is now liaising GPAN with Global Planners Network. The liaison with ISOCARP is ensured right now from our colleagues Zeynep and Lil from the Turkish Planning Schools Association, and I am liaising GPAN with UN Habitat, and due to my role on that, maybe I will explain a little bit more of the interactions that GPAN have with this institution. So if you can pass the next slide, it's just a simple background, just to base on what I'm going to elaborate a little bit. So as you know, UN Habitat has been having a strong commitment with the new urban agenda, with the Sustainable Development Goals, and most of its activity has been involving into this with this focus. And this has been a very strong and relevant task for GPAN to be connected with UN Habitat, and in particular with Habitat Uni, which is, let's say, an interface between UN Habitat and academia. So by doing that, what do we do then with this role? Well, we've been very active in many of the activities launched by UN Habitat, namely some groups and task forces that have been organized during the last years. For instance, Planners for Climate Action, which has been a very dynamic group within UN Habitat, and it has launched a series of activities drawing attention into climate change and the needs of planners as such to work and to promote the adaptation of our settlements and of our cities, of our territories to climate change. There's another important event organized by the World Urban Campaign, which is the Urban Thinkers Campuses, which has been one of the events that in which web seminars have been taking place and bringing relevant topics as climate change and others to the discussion at different fora. And this has been very useful and interesting in these last years. The Global Urban Thinkers, the Global Urban Lectures has been another initiative done by these within this cooperation between GPAN and UN Habitat. And lately, we've been rather involved in World Urban Campaign, which is the task force for the implementation of the SDGs in this decade, in which also we have been very much involved. Next slide, please. So why and how to get involved into these associations, and why can or is relevant the existence of GPAN? First of all, this is a network of associations, so it means that this allows associations to meet each other, to join efforts together in order to cooperate and in order to achieve goals in relevant issues as the ones that, for instance, UN Habitat have been working in these last years. It's relevant to know how this is becoming in this since its beginning 20 more years ago, a network, an actual network, where a community of people that are not anymore secluded in their own associations, but are part of this global network. And this is important in academic terms, but also in terms of, in academic terms, which means in terms of research, in terms of teaching, and in terms of also sharing our experiences. So there's both concerns here are related with links between academic fields and professional fields. That's why we became a member, for instance, of Global Planners Network, which is mainly a professional network of planners, but also has to do with regional diversity and regional cooperation. And this includes the North-South cooperation, but also South-South, North-North cooperation, and the different and how we can learn from the different regional areas. Before coming to this slide, I would just like to highlight a series of events that we are proud to have to being launched during this World Planning Schools Congress. And the previous slides, you have the links for events regarding. Could you please move backwards, please? Just to, yes, you have here 4 links for different events that are being launched right now regarding regarding students exchange. And what I would like to highlight here that is beyond what is already being done by other associations. This GPAN event counts with initiatives that cover interests of PhD students, but also of bachelor and master students as well. So undergraduate students are also most welcomed by this event and by the initiatives that were prepared within this World Planning Schools Congress. Now we can move to the next slide. Thank you. Yes. So so globally, this is quite common and familiar image from worldwide perspective of how global and South and North means. But this just shows us how different and how challenging is our work. The difference between population and income, both in these two regions, are, if there would be not other reasons as the main themes that you can see in this table, as if this would not be a reason, at least the population distribution and income distribution in these two parts of the globe would be already very relevant for and make it meaningful for our work. Next slide, please. And here, finally, you have our contacts. We have a functioning website where you can find not only our network, but also the links. On the top right, you have the logos from the different planning schools associations, and clicking on each one of these logos, you can link directly to the websites of each one of these associations. So whatever region you belong to, you are most welcome to link to your regional planning school association, and through that to be most welcome by GPAN to participate in our initiatives, and also in our initiatives with our cooperating institutions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for Ms. Zorisha and Mr. Paulo Silva that has given us the introduction for GPEAN. Since we have 7 more minutes in the duration, does anyone want to ask a question about GPEAN? You can use your chat or raise your hand, just like the discussion session we had before.
There's anything in the chat because we're not checking the chat. Just want to add that the network of associations, there's also networks of professional associations. Not only, this is mostly academic, and many of you may be on this Zoom call might be pursuing a bachelor's or master's degree, which are not necessarily going to lead for you into the academic life. So I imagine, I'm pretty sure you are familiar with your own country or regional professional associations. One example would be in the US American Planning Association, in UK and related countries, Commonwealth would be Royal Town Planning Institute, the Irish Planning Association, French, they all have their own. And then within the European setting, just an example of such association is the European Council of Town Planners. ISOCARP is an example of fully international association of planning, mostly practitioners. So again, there's a lot of choices, and I think I always found from my student days, I joined my own Serbian planning association as soon as it was established, but also as I moved to the US, I joined the American Planning Association. So I've been a member, which is a professional association, over 30 years. So it's a good way to meet people, sometimes to find, to get a job, learn more things, learn new things, keep up to date to what's going on within the profession. In our case, also research. So we really strongly believe in this networking and community building, really, what happens over time with young people. And then as you grow in age and also in profession, you're growing with the community.
Okay, there's a question from Mr. Mitchell Van Dijk in the chat room. I will read the question. Thank you for so much for your presentation. Would you say there is a close collaboration between practical associations and the academic associations? I have often read and learned that there is still a big gap between theory and practice, and I was wondering whether these associations are actually able to bridge this gap or whether it is still difficult to overcome.
Shall I
Yeah,
start that, or-
well, I think two of the examples that I provided here from the cooperation of the GPAN with other institutions or with other networks is really an example of this bridge between professional and academia. Since ISOCARP, as my colleague Zorica just mentioned, is one of our privileged partners, but also the Global Planners Network. For instance, GPAN having quite a strong presence every 2 years at World Urban Forum, and this is an initiative worldwide and on world urban issues promoted by UN Habitat, and it brings together on one hand academia but also professionals and politicians, which shows really an interest and an effort from academia in this context of the GPAN to open to society and to open to planning practice. I don't know if
I just want to add, I think this is such an important question and issue. I think there's a lot of perception about that gap, and clearly these are two different communities with different mentality and mindset. At the same time, just my experience and my work over the past 30 plus years, the first thing is very few researchers, academic scholars do research on planning theory. Actually, what we do is mostly research about planning practice. Most of us, whether it's housing or transportation, it's not, we know planning theory, it's an important underlying foundation for understanding planning, but most of us, I would say 90, 80, probably more than 90% do research in very practical issues, community development, I don't know, I do technology and planning, GIS, and so on. So that's the first thing. And then associations are making efforts to bridge this gap and collaborate. The academic associations work with their counterparts within their countries or regions like European or the North American to actually certify planners, develop curricula, establish where the practice is going and what are the relevant issues. So there are efforts to connect, and clearly these are slightly different communities, but I think within most regions there is an effort to collaborate on actually development, particularly of the educational part. I think I would education. The example of American Planning Association, where they work with the American Institute of Certified Planners. They work on accreditation criteria together with them, and so on. So again, there are links, but there's, I think, more perception and some misunderstanding than I strongly believe that there shouldn't be. But there is that is true to some extent, but I think it's less than than I think people talk about. I think we need to get sometimes the scholars think that the practitioners should actually read, because we do research about practice and better understanding and more systematic understanding of what is happening and how the policy affects the actual outcomes of policy and so on. So again, I think it could be better, but there are efforts and there are mutual involvements at the global level, what Paulo was saying, but also I think at regional level for each association. But again, there's a little bit of tension always between academics and practitioners.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Moore, for your answers, and Mr. Paulo Silva, for GPEAN session introduction time is up. Thank you very much. We will see you next time.
Thank you
Thank
very
you
much.
very much, and all the best to everybody who was connected.
Enjoy your time in Bali. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, for now, we will jump into the social culture sharing session brought to you by Indonesian Planning Students Association. In this session, we will be sharing knowledge of social and cultural events closely related to urban development, regional planning, and regional revitalization. Okay, to the representative of Malaysia, you may start the sharing section. Sharing session. I think there are several representation from Malaysia. Hello, is there anyone? I think from Ms. Fatin Humaira, are you willing to share with us? How was Malaysia's regional planning or urban development and or regional revitalization? Or maybe we can start from Indonesia. Is anyone willing to be giving their insight or sharing for us? Okay, to Mr. Aldi Fauzan Mawardi, you may speak.
Okay, thank you for your time, Jennifer. Firstly, let me introduce myself. My name is Aldi Fauzan Mawardi, and I'm from 11 Maret University, and as the representative too from the Association of Indonesian Planning Students. Yes. I would like to share you more about the condition about planning in Indonesia. Recently, we have a great issue regarding the movement on our capital city, whereas recently, for now, we have the capital city of Jakarta, but in the next few years, Mr. Joko Widodo, the reigning president, designed the new capital city at the Kalimantan. This is very concerning issue because we still have a lot to learn from the pandemic era, where our economic is actually still have a recession, but we have an order to move the capital city to Kalimantan. So this is a very much new issue for us regarding to planning. Basically, for planning students in Indonesia facing the issue because the movement of our capital city will be basically a new opportunity for us to join a lot of projects because there will be a lot that a lot of sectors will be affected in the case, but also we need to know the implementation need to be correctly adjusted, so there will be no great consequences. I think that is one of our issue in the Indonesian planning. And also in Indonesia, there are a lot of diversity. There are a lot is and a lot of language, native language. So participatory planning in Indonesia is actually a very challenging one. There is a lot to discuss if you want to ask more, but I think I will help that in this part. Thank you for your time. And I will give my chance to the moderator, Jennifer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Aldi, for sharing knowledge for our Indonesia's insight or perspective on the social and cultural event that closely related to urban development. And he chooses the topic to the movement of our capital city from Jakarta. Okay, okay. Okay, for our next sharing, it will be from Malaysia. Will be represented by Miss Fatin Humaira. To Miss Fatin Humaira, you can start to open, activate your camera and activate your microphone as well.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, thank
very
you,
well.
Jennifer. I'm so sorry if there's a lot of noise because I'm on the road, actually, not driving, of course. Okay, so currently planning in Malaysia. There's a lot of sustainable problems, of course, but we can see right now that a lot of I should say like a residential in terms of concept and everything, they are usually more towards sustainable. They are trying to tackle sustainable climate change problem, and we can see that in terms of layout designs, especially in cities and like that. In terms of I would like to also relate to Ms. Ganay. And I believe that we don't need to tell them everything about, I mean, we don't need to tell and let them know about planning, of course. It will be really hard for them to understand, but it is very important for them to, it is important for us to empower them to, I think that is a very good way to spread awareness in terms of planning. So I think that is one of the way how sustainable and climate change can be tackled. And in terms of perspective from Malaysia, that is currently what is happening right now. That's all I can say. Thank you for giving me opportunities to talk. Hello from Malaysia. Hi everyone. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fatin Humaira. Hello from Indonesia too. Hello from everyone. That was a very great one. That I can understand it also, because sustainable has been a problem for, I think, for majority of all countries. Yeah, this is something that we face together. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, for now, maybe I will pick the representative from Netherlands, with Mr. Mitchell van Dijk. Are you able to talk? Mr. Mitchell, are you there? Okay, almost. Okay, take your time.
Could I share my screen as well, or?
I'm sorry. Pardon me. Can you repeat, please?
Hi, Jennifer. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Could I share my screen as well, because I prepared like a presentation?
Okay. Sure. You may share. I'm sorry, but just sharing the culture is okay. So maybe you don't have to use the slides if that's okay
Oh,
with you.
yeah, of course, just the
Yeah.
culture and then the presentation later today, or?
For student meeting presentation is later in the afternoon
Oh, okay.
in
Oh, perfect.
Indonesia time. So it's okay if you just share the culture. How is planning in Netherlands?
Okay. Yeah. So I think in the Netherlands, it's a very small country. Probably you've seen it on the map once. It's like really small, but it has a lot of people, 17 million inhabitants. So it's actually quite difficult to cram everyone in such a small country. And then also, Netherlands is one of the biggest exporters of food products, agricultural products in the world, except for the United States. So next to very dense cities, we also have very dense agricultural sector. So it's quite difficult because the whole country is already full. And at the moment, I think one of the biggest problems in the Netherlands is the housing crisis. We have 300,000 houses shortage, which is actually quite a lot. So it's really difficult for starters to find a house because the housing prices are going up. And at the same time, there's this nitrogen oxide crisis from the agriculture sector because it's so big that there's a lot of deterioration of biodiversity. So because of the nitrogen, like the excess of nitrogen oxide in the Netherlands, there's also a stop on building. So this even makes the housing crisis worse. So it's actually quite difficult to, at the moment, plan in the Netherlands, I think. And it's, I think, a challenge to, but also an opportunity for students, of course, to deal with all these problems. So I think for now, that's it.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mitchell van Dijk, for sharing the Netherlands perspective for the urban planning. Okay, so there is a housing shortage, if I catch it correctly. Well, it is also one of the concern in Indonesia, since the housing prices are going up and people income are stagnant. That's also a problem here. Thank you very much. Okay, so now that we can relate to that, okay, for now I will be calling the representative from India. Maybe from Mr. Remsche Pasahul, if I read that correctly. Mr. Pasahul, are you with us? Hello, are you there? Okay, maybe we can move on to another representative from another country, maybe from China. Okay, I think I see. Okay, is there a representative from China? Miss or Mr. Aryong Jin? Are you there? Okay, maybe we can move on to the representative of Timor-Leste. Okay, is there anyone who wants to volunteer for the session for sharing? Okay, if there is no one who wants to. Okay, what's that? Miss Nur Afrika, do you wanna share with us?
Hi. Hi everyone.
Hello.
Can you guys hear me clear?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so I just want to share on the planning in Malaysia, what we have done. So basically, in Malaysia, we are actually active on planning towards low carbon city. So based on my experience during my internship, doing my internship at the government and also private consultants, they are really want to go towards low carbon, such as when I was doing my internship in the government or the authority. They want to they always do programs for the community to spread the awareness on how they can work on the community and teach them how can they do to actually contribute to low carbon activities, such as how they can save their electricity and how the student can do activities such as recycle. So actually in Malaysia, they also put this kind of strategies in the local plan and also our physical plan, which is the whole country in Malaysia, how our planning should include and also contribute towards low carbon. So yeah, that's all from me. Thank you. I'm from UTM, by the way. I'm from Johor, Malaysia. So hi everyone.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Nur Afrika. Hello to you too. She is from UTM, University Technology Malaysia, if I wasn't mistaken. Okay, so for now, I will still open the session. Does anyone else want to share the knowledge about their country's perspective on urban planning, regional revitalization, urban development, regional planning? Okay, Miss Ishita Bhartia, you may start to speak.
Hi, am I audible?
You are?
Okay, thanks, Jennifer. My name is Ishita and I'm from India. And one of the things that we are currently facing a challenge in terms of our planning is that on one side, we have a lot of these national missions and programs going on related to planning, such as the Smart Cities mission, where we are looking at amping up on our technology in our cities for planning and sharing of data and digitizing data. And we also have missions like Swachh Bharat mission and Swachh Sarvekshan, where we're looking at cleanliness, which is a major issue. Both, we're looking at provision of toilets. So, we have all of these missions going on, and there is a lot of thrust on development of commercial areas, on development via technology. But then there's also a lot of challenges that come in because there are issues of inclusivity. There are issues, we have poverty and hunger and, providing proper healthcare. All of these are major issues that we have in our country. So, yeah, so, there are like flip sides of, this thrust towards technology and commercial development, and then facing the challenge of how to also add in or incorporate inclusivity in those national missions and programs. So just wanted to share this little bit, and yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much for Miss Ishita Bhartia for your sharing. I think that's one of the most challenging tasks here for India's planners. Thank you very much once again for sharing with us. Okay, does anyone else wants to share? Maybe for some a representative from Nigeria? For Mr. Musa Adamu Ea, are you there? Are you with us? Okay, if you're willing, I may read for Miss Humaira's intake. I could also vouch for that. I am also involved in project of low carbon city in Ipoh, Perak, Malaysia. It is taking by the storm. The government are really pushing through that. My coming soon project is in low carbon is in Batu Pahat, Johor, Malaysia. Wow, that's amazing. That's very cool. Thank you very much, Miss Fatin Humaira, for chipping in. Okay, does anyone else wants to share? This is your last chance. This is the last call. Okay, Mr. Daniel Jamil, you may speak.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
All right. Okay. So I'm Daniel. I'm from Malaysia. So this is more to a question. Okay. As we all know, I mean, the majority of people from all around the world are trying to go to the concept of low carbon city in order to counter the climate change. But actually, for example, in Malaysia, we are trying to move to an alternative of using, micro mobility, passive transport like bicycles, scooters, and so on. But from my opinion, um, it is very, very not suitable for that to happen because looking at the weather of this country, which is hot and rain throughout the whole year, and also is very humid here. So I am seeking opinions on how that could actually be implemented in Malaysia, with considering the weather in Malaysia.
Okay, that's a very
So
interesting question. So
yeah,
how
that's my
should
question.
we apply the sustainable transportation, yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
or to the tropical country? Okay.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Does anyone wants to answer? I think for me myself, I think public transportation is one of the way to actually answer that question, since public transportation offers a lot more comfort in the transportation part, which means that it can have comfortable seats, can have AC or air conditioner. But we also can, for humid places, I think maybe we can provide more green spaces with large trees to try to tackle the hot weather. That's my personal take. Does anyone else want to chip in before I end this session? Okay, Miss Ishita Bhatia, you may.
Yeah, I really appreciate this observation by Daniel, honestly, because we're facing a similar, or we are in the future going to face a similar issue in India as well, where we are just, trying to um, put concepts like for us, all the people, most of the people who are using, let's say two-wheelers, especially cycles for a long-term commuting, are actually captive users. So I appreciate what you're saying, Jennifer, like in terms of public transport. But I also just want to add to that in terms of India, we are investing a lot of public funding and funds into our metro systems, which are actually not even, they're not accessible financially. They're not accessible by majority of Indians in countries because our average income is not so much. So, I feel that the government should, probably invest in more of BRTS systems than, these rail transit systems. And I feel that even public transport needs to really be thought out, as to what, like which systems are we investing most of our funding in, and whether they're economically, financially accessible by the people. So that's just what I wanted to sort of chip in.
Thank you, Ms. Ishita Bhartia, for your intake. Also, we have a take from Mr. Michel van Dijk. I think this is a very interesting question. I come from Netherlands, where bicycles are probably the main mode of transport. Now I am studying in Indonesia. I have often had this discussion with my Indonesian peers, and the weather was indeed a difficult factor for promoting bicycle transport. Thank you for bringing up. Thank you once again for Mr. Van Dijk, Ms. Bhartia, and Mr. Jamil for this topic. Okay, for now, I will be closing our sharing session for today. Thank you very much for all your sharing, for your intake. To everyone involved, hope this sharing session will add to our knowledge and perspective. Unfortunately, time for my session is up. Thank you for putting your attention on. Thank you for letting me to be your moderator for this session. I am sorry for my mistakes that I may have had during the during moderating. And for now, I will be returning my stage to the MC, to Celine. The stage is.
Okay, thank you so much, Jennifer. Also, thank you so much to our marvel speakers and the remarkable sharing session that we did. Okay, we will have a break for 30 minutes until 12:30 GMT plus 8. So, and after break, we will have another excellent sessions, which is a study session from our planning friends from various countries. So please, you can join this Zoom room at exactly 12:30 GMT plus 8. You can leave the room or you can stay in the room so you don't have to hustle to join this room again. So you have to punctually join the Zoom room at 12:30 GMT plus 8. Thank you so much. Have a great break. Good day, everyone. Thank you for joining the Zoom room punctually. Before we proceed to the next agenda, let me brief you on the rest of our agenda for today. After this, there will be a session called Challenges and Opportunities of Being Blind Students that will be brought by our friends from Indonesia, Malaysia, the Netherlands, and France. So I will give the stage to Sonia to lead you guys through the plenary. Sonia, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you, Sonia, for letting me start the discussion. Can you hear me well? Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the second session of the Global Planning Students Meeting, a World Planning School and Asian Planning School Association Joint Congress 2022. My name is Sonia Bunga Aprilia, and I'm very honored to be a moderator for this session called Challenges and Opportunities of Being a Planning Student. There are 4 speakers for this session representing different countries: Malaysia, Indonesia, Netherlands, and France. And we have Mr. Muhammad Ibnu Fadlin from Indonesia, Ms. Nabiha Mot Kusairi from Malaysia, Mr. Michel Dani van Dijk from Netherlands, and Ms. Ines Boerenville from France. And for the next 2.5 hours, we will hear the presentation from each speaker, presenting their experience of being a planning students in their countries. Each speaker will have about 20 minutes to present their own materials, and after 2 speakers, we will have a discussion session for any question coming from anyone here. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, allow me to introduce the first speaker of this session. Please welcome Ms. Nabiha Mot Kusairi, who will be sharing about challenges and opportunities of being a planning student in Malaysia. Good afternoon, Ms. Nabiha. Are you here with us?
Okay, hi.
Hi, how are you today?
Good. You?
Good. I'm very good, and I'm so glad to be able to meet you here. Okay. All right. Then you have the time, like about 20 minutes to start your presentation. The stage is yours. I'm sorry, Miss. I think your connection is unstable and your microphone is not on yet.
Okay, is it okay?
Okay.
Now?
Yes, it's good now. Okay.
All right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Okay. Okay, can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay.
You can hear you clearly.
Okay, thanks, Miss Sonia Bunga April. You have a beautiful name. Okay, wait here. Okay, hi guys. Okay, I'm in Malaysia right now. Okay, it's 12:30 p.m. and it's cloudy here. Okay, first of all, thank you for the Secretariat for inviting me to this session of APSA 2022. And this event marks a beginning of the strongest relationship with the others planning students from different countries, even it's just a true online platform. Okay, and I believe this webinar is a great platform to sharing, learning, and teaching experience between us from around the globe. And it will be interesting to see this talk will provide insight to what is happening to our training during the our first degree. Okay. Okay. Next slide. Okay, so as the moderator, beautiful Sonia has introduced me just now, and I am here representing Perwibawa UTM as a president, and I'm the first female president here. And Perwibawa, as an urban planning student association in Malaysia, is proud to be a part of the event. And for your information, here in UTM, Perwibawa is stand for Persatuan Mahasiswa Perancangan Bandar and Wilayah, dan Wilayah, or also known as in English as Urban and Regional Planning Student Association, UTM. Okay, and Pui-Bawa has been established almost 40 years ago, since 1978, and I am really proud to say that UTM is the first planning school in Malaysia, and we as a student are committed to stand as the best among the 5 others planning school in Malaysia. So yeah, this is the main gate, UTM. So please do come visit us in Johor Bahru, Malaysia, and don't forget to claim your nasi lemak from Pui-Bawa. Okay, the best Malaysian food for breakfast. Okay, and next. Okay, so this is our last program, 25th National Urban Planning Conference that organized by Planning Student UTM and was attended by 5 planning school in Malaysia, and I saw here Pui-Bawa UTM also there, and also UITM Puncak Alam. Okay, just before the previous session. Okay, next. Okay, back to our main topic. Okay, so here is the issue. Okay, when I take the opportunity to enroll my degree, actually I have done my 6th year in planning school. Okay, 3 years diploma in UTM Kuala Lumpur, and then I pursue my degree another 3 years in UTM Johor Bahru, and I have to face the reality of what lies ahead in the discipline that I have to commit with. And the first, of course, the challenges. Okay, let's see my challenges being urban planning students. Okay, first, understanding the importance of being a town planner as a profession and worthy career for my life. Okay, it took about 2 years during my diploma study to absorb and realize what planning processions is crucial and involves a multidisciplinary aspect. And the excitement began when I was introduced to many practitioners in planning from federal and state institutions. Okay, when I further my bachelor, I discovered many opportunities to have a direct communication with a senior officer in planning around Malaysia. Then I view the world of town planners completely different, and I'm really proud of it. Okay, so next slide. Okay, so this is the photo in the event that I was involved with to give opportunities to engage with town planners in practice. Okay, later on, next, okay, after understand the importance of being a town planner, okay, things that I need to overcome is interpersonal skills. Okay, in this case, the balance between interpersonal skills and the technical and technical skills must be both equal. Okay, other than technical skills, okay, it was my struggle to be someone that was able to convince my opinion, and being trained as a planning student made me realize this is the skill which one must acquire as a town planner. Okay, an opportunity to represent the work, moderating the event, and participate in engagement with the people is the fear that I have to challenge myself. Okay, there are a few things that I did that I felt were important to overcome my fears, but I was critical to improve my skills. Okay, next. Okay, so here are several photos involving the situations and the events that I believe are able to assist my interpersonal skills. Okay, I became a speaker, represent youth for urban planning context, and I have to be active by being a moderator for UTM at national and international level, and finally allowing me to appear in the national television program. Okay, and then next, okay, and these are the photos, some of my work, okay, for the studio project, which increased my ability in technical skills. Okay, I got involved with a lot of attempts to produce a good map and to manage information according to the best form of visual communication. Okay, next. Okay, next, this is basically 3D spaces and places, and also a tourism trail plan, one of my projects that I am satisfied and proud of. Okay, and the work involves teams with 9 team members. Okay, this is about Bandar Belia Malaysia, Bandar Mesra Belia Malaysia. Okay, BMBM. Okay, in Malaysia. Okay, next. Okay, another challenge that I faced was to understand urban planning context in terms of planning and real world. Okay, I think being versatile is also important, as stressed out by many successful alumni. And if I am not doing a planner job, the skills as a town planner that I acquire should be able to guide me. Okay, I do find many of my seniors who are not a town planner always say that their skill basically develops from what they learn in planning school. And versatile in this case is the ability to work with other disciplines and ready to learn new knowledge and engagement from the different views under the planning scope. Okay, next. Okay, also the photos shown the theory aspect as what we learn in the class, and another photo shows the real world experience during my industrial planning, allowing me to have an idea of what the real world of town planner is like. Okay, and next. Okay, while the challenges must be faced, okay, the good thing is always about the opportunity that I get. Okay, the first is, next. Okay, first is career-based, okay, heart and soul of town planners. Okay, career-based is something that I now believe that my passion in giving to the community will make myself enjoy the career. Okay, it's not all about money, even though you need money to sustain your life. Okay, but rather dealing with the people and helping them to reach all the consent as a human being requires. Okay, so in this context, it's livable and sustainable living. Okay, as a normal person, I am a youth growing to be a matured lady. Okay, expecting to have a good life and therefore enjoying life in a safe environment and lovely space. Okay, next. Okay, the second opportunity that I get, prospect, in urban planning is somehow so big, okay, and I have to choose the best that suit me. Okay, I prefer to work at institutional agency, either as a government office or academician. Okay, and the opportunity does not stop there. Okay, I can also involve in the private sector, and I was convinced by many alumni who are now a principal of the planning firm that the enjoyment of preparing many planning document is one of the most satisfying things that I should say. Okay. Okay, I think so. Thank you. I think that's all. Okay, thank you everyone, and some thought from me on my experience, my life as a planning student. Okay, honestly, I did enjoy my journey so far, and I hope the others are the same. Okay, and the last, I end my sharing with next. Okay, I end my sharing session with happy 65th. Okay, Independent Day for Malaysia in my country on this 31st August. Okay, thanks again. Have a good day. Back to the moderator, beautiful Sonia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Nabiha, for sharing us your opportunities and your challenges and your experience during your studies in Malaysia. So maybe for now, we can start the sharing session. Maybe anyone here would like to ask questions or any sharing or any thoughts about what Ms. Nabiha has shared to all of you. Okay, so there's one question here, Ms. Nabiha, from Ms. Nia Kistina. Hi, Ms. Nabiha, can you share the need to handle expectation? Thank you in advance. Would you like to answer that? Okay.
Okay, thanks to Miss Mia. Okay, how to handle expectation? Okay, so here in Malaysia, I think all around the world, they have a government, private, and NGOs. Okay, and these three things, okay, have their own expectation. Okay, and there are different job scopes in these three base organizations, and I need to be ready. Okay, so government agency may need skills to facilitate the development and have more direct communication. Okay, while the private sector might be demanding in preparing technical aspect of planning, such as preparing of a report and mapping. Okay, so we as a student have to mentally ready on their expectation work demanding on the project deadline, and quality in practice must be done. Okay, so I hope I replied the answer. I answered the questions.
Okay. So how's it, Miss Mia? Has Miss Nabiha answered your question as you expected?
Hope so.
Okay, then maybe yes. Okay, thank you, Miss Nabiha and Miss Mia for the questions. Maybe we have some time to ask for another question and answer session. So anybody else here would like to ask some questions to Miss Nabiha, maybe? It was very nice to know like how your university is, like how great it is, and your activities during your study there. It was so interesting to understand that. Maybe can you share to us like any other activities you join other than the Association of Student of Urban and Regional Planning? Do you have any other activities other than that? Maybe you can share it to us so that like we can understand like how the environment there, the societies, and so on.
Right now we are currently in a semester break, so we don't have any activities in the meantime. So yeah.
All right. It is nice to have the school break. So you're on a school break right now?
Yeah, but the culture of learning in Malaysia, in most of the time, I can refer as open to the current trend in the world and anything. Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay. Back. So anything about culture of learning in Malaysia, in mostly of the time I can refer as open to the current trend in the world, and anything associated with a good learning process, such as problem based on outcome. Okay, appreciate of different need of different community, like we have 3 races, okay, Malay, Chinese, and Indian, and notice in Borneo is always adapted in the study also. Okay, that's some of sort of culture in culture learning in Malaysia.
That's a very nice learning culture there. Okay, then we have another questions here from Miss Irene Azwat. Hi, Miss Nabiha, how you manage the challenges you have? Like, I assume that this is the challenge you had as a student of urban and regional planning student in Malaysia. How do you manage those challenges?
Okay, thank you for the question. So how manage, okay, the challenges? Okay, first, what I always do is stay calm in the stressful stressful situation. So we all get the stress and frustrated at times. However, it's important to try to avoid it happening in our work, in our workplace, okay, in our clique. Okay, so it doesn't negative affect your career or your study. Okay, like. And then using the stress relieving strategies will help you maintain to stay calm at the UD, and such as meditation or journaling. So you are especially good, okay, for this. You that can help you clear your mind, okay, instill calm, and even come up with a viable solution to your work issues. Okay, and second, get advice from the experienced colleague. Okay, while you're at uni, you may come across the issues that you never encountered before. So in this situation, you can either improvise or seek advice for someone who may have encountered this issue in the past. Okay, maybe your lecturer, your senior colleague. Okay, and the third thing is it takes time to strategize. Okay, so many challenges present unique opportunities, and take the time to analyze the situation, consider the advantages and disadvantages of different available options. Okay, plan out and then get the solutions. Okay, and then another things, maybe don't be afraid to take risks. Okay, no one ever got ahead in a study, okay, by playing itself it's safe all the time. Okay, so this seems like intimidating, but when you face your fears and try to overcome challenges, and you show how capable you are. Okay, and then maybe you could be confident in your own ability, okay, regardless of what industry you are in. And when you show your confidence, and you also show your colleague and superiors that you are capable of the jobs and or what the task you with on. Okay, and don't forget to take a break. Okay, in order to overcome any challenges we face, it's important to ensure that our brains are rest. Okay, so I think there's 5 things that how I manage. Okay, stay calm, get advice from the experienced colleague. Okay, take times. Okay, take time to strategize. Okay, don't forget to take a risk and be confident and take a break. I think 5 or 6 how I manage.
Okay, so how to manage this is by staying calm, ask an advice from like a mentor or someone's better than you, and then take some time to understand the situation, take a risk and face your fear, and to understand the situation. Okay, thank you very much. Hope that answered Ms. Irene questions about the challenge managing situation. And for the next one, I have a question from Ms. Nur Afika. So she's a third-year degree student, and she said, I would love to know regarding the profession in planning after I'm graduating. In Malaysia, as in town planning field, we have our own title showing that we are a registered town planner, which is called TPR. So how this kind of recognition to be a town planner under the Act of Law in Malaysia? So can you understand the question, and are you ready to answer, Ms. Nabiha?
Okay, I try my best.
All right.
Okay, thank you, Afika. Okay, so she asked about the profession, TPR. Okay, how it's recognized in Malaysia. Okay, so in Malaysia we have the board of town planners, and the board of town planners in Malaysia is responsible for handling all registered town planner. Okay, registered graduate town planners and temporary registered foreign town planners from all over the nation, as provided under the Town Planners, I think, Act 1995, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. On the other hand, okay, Malaysia Institute of Planners, MIP, okay, is responsible to establish and ensure the qualified professionals planners with the appropriate knowledge, training, and skills to promote the advancement of town planning in Malaysia. So MIP may also establish courses and undertake a training program, and cooperate with boards aggregate in university programs. Okay, and there's have 5 planning schools also, okay, in Malaysia, and namely such as UTM, okay, UITM, USM, UIA, UM. Okay, so that's maybe the link to you get your TPR in Malaysia. Okay.
Okay, so you can get that certificate by contacting those institution. Is it correct?
Yep.
Yeah, all right. Is that answering the question, Ms. Nur Afika? Cool. Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Nur Afika. Maybe we still have some time to ask for another about 2 questions, so we're still open for any questions. Okay, so here's another question from Yin Sham. Hi, I'm Nurin. I would like to know what is your view on the issue of planning graduates being underpaid and not appreciated, underworked, and opposed by other professions such as architect. What do you think about that, Miss Nabiha?
Okay. 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 It's about the issue. Yeah. Okay. The professions are known are now currently is under established and beginning to be seen most needed and crucial in any development. Okay, so the paid is now getting better, I think, and with a good skills and commitment. Okay, the employee in these professions, okay, is steady receive worthy post salary. Okay, so that what I said just now, as I said before, okay, the skill that you need to cover or improve, not only the technical, but also the interpersonal skills to make sure that we are good and we can protect our profession in the future. Okay, I hope I reply Nurin questions.
Okay, so what do you think? It's like it's better if we know like our own skills and knowledge and try to develop it so that they won't oppose us as an urban and regional planning workers. Is that right?
Yes, we need to protect with a good with a good skills that you have lah.
Yeah, I agree to that as well. Okay, thank you, Miss Navia, for the answer and hope it answered your questions, Miss Yinsha. Okay. Okay, we still have some time to ask for another about one questions. If anyone else here would like to add another questions to Miss Navia. So maybe I would like to ask questions if nobody's asked you yet. How do you enjoy yourself as an urban and regional planning students? Do you enjoy your time being a student of urban and regional planning students? Like, what's the best thing you ever done or like you ever received as a student of urban and regional planning? Maybe you would like to share something to us.
Okay, my experience, what I've been the best, okay, the best things.
Yeah.
Okay, actually I have done, I've been told before, I've done my 6 years in urban planning schools, okay, and I said it, I enjoyed the 6 years, okay, and I think there's a lot of opportunities being urban planning students, okay. We engage a lot. I think with the 5 planning schools also we engage, okay, in Malaysia and have attend a lot of events, okay, in that level, national levels, okay. And I think same as like I told you before, the prospect is urban planning is so big that you can go after you graduate, you can go everywhere, every section or every bidang, every area, okay, in town planning. So I think enjoy being town planners, enjoy being students in university, okay. A lot of opportunities, a lot of experience you can get if you with your good skills, your anything skill that you have, and you don't be shy and expose yourself so you can get a lot of opportunities. So I think that's all I want. I share it to you.
Okay, that's very interesting. So we need to like open up for any opportunities so that we can get more experience of any fields like we're studying right now. Okay, I think maybe that's all for sharing session with Malaysia students from Miss Nabiha from UTM. Thank you very much for your sharing. It is very interesting to know how you study there, how's your experience to study as an urban and regional planning students in Malaysia. So
Thank
thank
you
you very
Sonia.
much. Yeah. Okay, then. As now we have listened to sharing sessions from Ms. Nabiha. Now we need to move along to our second speakers. Here we have Mr. Muhammad Ibnu Fadlin from Institut Teknologi Bandung, who will share about challenges and opportunities of being a planning student in Indonesia. But maybe before that, I would like to share a bit about Mr. Ibnu Fadlin Shah. So Mr. Ibnu Fadlin Shah is a student from Institut Teknologi Bandung and was studied at SMAN Sumatera Selatan. And he was once doing an internship at Regional Directorate 1, Deputy of Regional Development, Ministry of National Development Planning. So for Mr. Ibnu Fadlin, are you here with us?
Yes, I'm here. Hello, everyone.
Okay, hello. Good afternoon, Mr. Ibnu.
Hello,
Okay.
Sonia.
Okay, now maybe you can start your presentation. The time and stage is yours.
Okay, thank you for the opportunities that has been given to me. Maybe the operator can share my screens. Okay, cool. Anyway, am I audible? Is everyone
Yes,
can
yes,
hear me clearly?
yes, we can hear you clearly.
Okay, cool. Hello everyone, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Well, honestly, it's such an honor for me to be here and meet you all today. But before moving further, let me introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Ibnu Fadlin Shah, a final year Urban and Regional Planning student in Bandung Institute of Technology, same as Miss Sonia as a moderator. Okay, going to the things that we are going to talk during these discussions. Next slide, please. On these occasions, we are going to discuss three main topics related to urban planning in Indonesia, which are brief history, challenges, and opportunities as a planning student in Indonesia. Note, all these presentations are based on my personal opinion and not to provoke other institutions and etc. Next slide. Coming to the history of urban and regional planning in Indonesia. Okay, the pioneer of urban and regional planning in Indonesia is Bandung Institute of Technology, even first in Asia, established on September 14 in 1959. Previously known as Planology Engineering, is one of the study programs at School of Architecture, Planning and Policy Development in ITB. Urban and regional planning is a study program related to various or other fields of science, both engineer, science, as well as socioeconomic. Up till now, more than 80 study programs of urban and regional planning existed in Indonesia, according to the data of Indonesia Urban and Regional Planning School Associations. And for information, Indonesia have several planning documents as an output of the planning, such as RTRW, RDTR, Master Plan, and etc. Going to the next slide. What is actually the challenges as a planning students in Indonesia? It is actually based on my personal experiences and several friends of mine regarding to these challenges and also opportunities. First one, going to the next slide. Next slide, please. The first challenges is that not many people are familiar with the Department of Urban and Regional Planning. Most of people are common with architecture and so on so stuff. Therefore, maybe as the inputs of the high school students didn't know much about urban and regional planning. But I will talk to you about the opportunities that has been exist in our nations that can actually counter those problems. Second one, being a planning student mostly teaches us as a generalist who knows a lot but doesn't know much. Therefore, we also need to develop other specific skills to help us to adapt and also to improve our skills. Aside from that, we can see the opportunities from that of the challenges, because if we know a lot, means we could see problems in every single possible point of view, not only one interest only. Therefore, we could structure the problem to solutions. On the other hand, it also allows us to work anywhere, because basic planning knowledge can be applied anywhere and anytime. The third one, the challenges exist in Indonesia, is that the problem of the data, starting from the realm of the academic, government, and professionals. Inequalities of the completeness, depth, and also the availability in each region is also different. We have several platforms for gaining data, such as Central Bureau of Indonesia Statistics, Gistaru, Simrek Bapenas, and etc. But note that not all the region has the capability and the similar availability of the data. And the fourth one, Indonesia has heterogeneous population, and it requires different policy approaches because of its complexity. Not to mention, Indonesia have more than 700 languages, 1,300 ethnicities, and also they tightly hold the traditional values, and each region has different characteristics on its landscape, geographical area, history, religion, and so on so forth. Therefore, need the deeper approaches and also personal approaches to the stakeholder. That's all talking about the challenges that has in Indonesia. The next slide, we are going to talk about the opportunities as a planning students in Indonesia. Okay, going to the first. As I mentioned to you that Indonesia has a problems. The challenges is that not all people know urban and regional planning. The presence of the latest issue of a new capital city in Indonesia invite a huge attention from mass media in Indonesia and also in the abroad. For example, the relocations of the new capital city from Jakarta to Penajam Pasir Utara in Kalimantan in Borneo Island. Lately, this topic increased the awareness of the society in specific issues related to urban planning. Society might questions why then our new capital city from Jakarta will move into the Kalimantan Island, for example, and a lot of the debate coming up. Therefore, because of this latest issue, a lot of interest going to urban and regional planning area. The next slide. Second of all, in Indonesia, the opportunities is that we have various learning platform provided by our government, which is the learning process in the Campus Merdeka. Campus Merdeka is one of the most essential manifestations of student-centered learning. Learning in Merdeka Campus provide challenges and opportunities in the development of innovations, creativity, capacity, and personal and student needs, as well as developing independence in seeking and finding knowledge through realities and field of dynamics such as ability requirement, real problems, and society interactions, as well as a lot of collaboration in every single sectors and etc. There are a lot of platforms that we can get, such as the student exchange in University of Indonesia and also outside. And second of all, we, for example, we have ISMA and a lot of programs, community service, and also internship. For example, as you can see in this picture, I'm joining student exchange in Pajajaran University and taking a disability studies course plus an internship in YPAC Jakarta, such as it's just like NGO to help empower people with disabilities. And by that, I could really feel the real problem, situation, and hands-on experiences related to disability, as I'm really concerned about inclusivity in planning policy. Not only that, Campus Merdeka also allow us to have various forms of learning activities outside of tertiary institutions, including doing internship, work practice, or in industry and other workplace. And also, all these activity must be carried out in the guidance of the government. And also, we also work with our campuses and the lectures themselves. And the independent campuses are expected to provide field contextual experiences that will improve student competencies as a whole. And also, there is also the credit that we will get from that kind of activities. Going to the last one, the third opportunities. As we know that urban and regional planning students has a broad scope of knowledge, we also have the capabilities and also the opportunities to have the prosperous job projections in the future. As I mentioned in this slide, wider opportunities in the job field includes in the government, private sectors, non-government organization, and also as the academicians. In the government agencies, we could actually help in the public sectors, in public policy and so on so stuff, master plan, infrastructure development, and etc. For example, that in Bappenas, in the Ministry of Home Affairs, Ministry of Public Housing, local government, city planning and services, and so on so stuff. And talking about the private sector, as we can actually work as an expert in consulting, planning, tourism, and etc. We can also work in the statistics bureau and also the community development sections in the companies, such as lot of institutions, just PT SME, PwC, and so on so stuff. And we could also work in a non-government organizations where we protect the society and also the right of them. For example, that as an activist in the NGO, in the social community, and also the government studies, they have to study, such as Akatiga, Sawarung, BIGS, and other NGO that we can apply. And the last one, as the academicians, we can actually work as a lecturer, researcher, and also the employee in the state or private universities. I think that's all for my presentation regarding to the challenges and opportunities as the urban planning students in Indonesia. Thank you for your attentions, everyone. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ibnu, for showing us the opportunities and challenges of being an urban planning, regional planning students in Indonesia. So maybe for the challenges, you have like accessibility and data availability challenges in Indonesia, which is not quite accessible enough, and how heterogeneous Indonesia's society is to make it more complex of a problem. And you have no opportunities of the new capital city in Indonesia that is currently built in Kalimantan, various learning platforms, wider opportunities in job fields such as government, private, NGOs, and academicians for the job fields in Indonesia. Thank you very much for sharing it to us, Mr. Ibnu. And right now we'll have a discussion session. So if anyone here have any questions regarding Mr. Ibnu's presentation about challenges and opportunities in Indonesia, feel free to raise your hand or just write your questions in the chat box so we can discuss the questions or thoughts, or maybe you would like to share how it happened in your own country. So maybe if there is no one yet to ask the questions, maybe I want to ask for Mr. Ibnu, same question with Ms. Nabiha before. So what do you think is your best experience or best moments of being an urban and regional planning students in Indonesia?
Okay, thank you, Sonia, for the questions. I think that the best moment that so far that I've experienced, maybe I'm not experienced as all the speakers here because I'm just final year and have not worked yet. But maybe if I could choose, I would like to choose that the moment when I have the research of the community development in tourism sectors in my hometown, Lubuk Linggau in South Sumatra. I can actually say it's actually really close to my heart, where I can propose my idea to engage the local communities and talk to them related to the tourism activities. Because in the Kampung Warna-Warni in Lubuk Linggau city, it is actually have the huge and also the beautiful landscape of the various housings. It's just like colorful housing, and also have the landscape of the beautiful hill in South Sumatra island. So that the problem is that the pandemic hit the tourism sectors a lot. Therefore, there is no actually the sustainable activities that hold by the local government, and also there is no any kind of the maintenance, so that a lot of housing and also a lot of tourism facilities are in the bad conditions. Therefore, I propose the programs so that we conduct, for example, that the workshop, and also we conduct a lot of sessions with the locals. These kind of the things that I think the most favorite part of being urban and regional planning students in Indonesia. I think that's it, Ms. Sonia.
Okay, that is very interesting to know your experience on exploring your field of urban and regional planning students and mix it with your own home, with your born city. It is very fascinating to know that. Is there anybody else who'd like to have any discussions for Mr. Ibnu? Or maybe if there's no one yet, I would like to ask some more questions about your answers previously. So what do you think is your challenges on doing your latest experience on doing that? On how you managed to apply your field of studies to your home born city? What is the biggest challenges you had back then?
Okay, I think that the biggest challenge is that how to communicate, and also as a planner, we need to actually convince them, because we actually know that we are not going to there to actually teach them. I mean, like we become their teacher. It's not like that. I mean, like we could actually talk heart to heart to them. What is actually the real problem happens there, and what is actually the problem exists, and we also talk what is actually the need of society. And after that, we can actually do the community asset mapping. I mean, like to make sure that we can actually know what is the potential of these communities, what is actually the weaknesses of these communities, and also gather their for example, their idea on how to manage this kind of tourism activities. This actually things that are very difficult for me, because personally, I was not that fluent yet to talk with them. I mean, like I'm not really that close with this kind of the communities before, but after that, I actually have a friends there, and also talk heart to heart to actually cope the problems. And the difficult one is that to actually cope with the government, where actually government has a lot of prioritize in the policy that they program in 1 year ahead. Therefore, I think that it would be better if the improvements for the next project, I could actually engage with the local government and talk to them about these latest issues.
Okay, it is very interesting to understand and know your experience, Mr. Ibnu. And since you talked about the opportunities of new capital city in Indonesia, how much of opportunities of work fields do you think Indonesia has for an urban and regional planning students to be able to contribute in the development of the new capital city in Indonesia? Do you have any opinion on that?
Okay. This is actually the tough questions, because I'm not the government who plot the job field there actually, but I think it's actually wide opportunities for us to engage in that kind of the field, because talking about the urban planning and also the relocations of the capital city is not 1 year planning, is actually the sustainable planning in the long term. Therefore, I think there are a lot of planners that will be needed in for example, in working in that area, because when we're talking about the allocation of the urban the new capital city, there are a lot of sectors that need to be involved, just like social, in economics, how to provide the sustainable economics there, and also how to manage doing conservations in the for example in the forest, for example, because we actually know that Kalimantan or Borneo Island is the heart and also the lungs of the world. Therefore, we need to have the capacity to actually control and also manage and also have the limitation on how to grow the cities there. Therefore, I think that it's very important to also taking part, because we are Indonesian planning students, and we can actually use that potential because it's our home and it's our nations, and therefore I think that that is my answer related to that question. There is no any kind of specific measurement, but I think that with that issues, we can actually contribute, and a lot of job fields will be open. I think that's all, Miss Sonia.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ibnu, for the discussion. Maybe we still have quite some time to discuss for another questions. Maybe another one questions from anyone here, because it's very interesting to see how Indonesia, the country where Mr. Muhammad Ibnu Fadlin live, has a lot of opportunities and challenges regarding the urban and regional planning. So maybe Mr. Ibnu, have you prepared to contribute to the newly built capital city in Indonesia?
Well, I think if there is opportunities to work there, I would love to. Especially, I'm really interested in public housings, since that Indonesia now, for example, that we are used to have the culture where we live in the landed houses, in horizontal houses, so that it's very interesting to work in the, for example, in the vertical houses, how to build the proper public housings there. I think that if there is opportunities and chance, I would love to work in that kind of a field, Sonia.
Okay, it is very interesting for understand that, Mr. Ibnu. So here's another questions from Mr. Fatur Rahman. So the question is that the SDGs are scheduled to end in 2030. Do you think that in the future there will be new innovations regarding the concept of sustainability? You may answer the question.
Wow.
Okay.
That's a tough one. Okay, thank you, Fatur Rahman, for the questions. Talking about futures, we know that futures are unexpectable, and also the futures we cannot we do not know what will happen in the future, and even this kind of the pandemic situations exist in our world. We do not know what will going to be happens. I think talking about the future innovations, it might be happens regarding to the concept of sustainability, and also now on in Indonesia we also work a lot in the process, as I know, work a lot in the process of making smart cities in the new capital city as the pioneer, and also as the example for the rest of the city to follow this kind of the concept. And another innovations that I'm going to address, for example, that the blue and green infrastructures. We actually have already know that we built a lot of infrastructure for the connections of every single places in our nations, but we tend to forget about, for example, the sustainability of the environment, how to calculate the impact of this kind of development, for example. And the other innovation is that the other innovations I might think that regarding to the smart city, I guess, for example, that we can actually use a lot of the artificial intelligence in planning. Most of, for example, that it has been applied in Indonesia, talking about the transportation management, where the police now on that don't have to be in the road, for example, that we have automatic what we call in English menilang. For example, that people have violate the regulations in the road. For example, there is actually the system that will actually notice and automatically for example, doing the punishment to the one who do the violations of regulations. And I think that's one.
Okay, so you think that there will be more innovations regarding the concept of sustainability, looking at how hard it is for Indonesia to keep on the sustainability system on its development. Okay, it's a very interesting answer, Mr. Ibnu Fadlinsyah. Thank you so much for answering the questions. And the next one, we have another questions from Mr. Aldi Fauzan Mawardi. The question is regarding the form of Indonesia as a nation of violence. Do you think that planning project and the improvement of national development has been hindered by geographical characteristic?
Okay. Talking about the geographical. Okay, thank you, Aldi, for the questions. Yeah, you're welcome, Fatur. Regarding to the questions that do I think that planning project and the improvement of national development has been hindered by the geographical characteristic, I think that it is not hindered by the geographical characteristic as a whole, because for example, that Indonesia still have to manage, for example, use this kind of geographical characteristic as the approach to improve the national development. For example, that right now Indonesia has been, for example, have the regulations of the new province, 3 new province in Papua Island. So as we know that Papua is very is having a lot of varieties in geographical landscape, mountains, and so on so stuff. So that by this kind of the things, I think that even if there is actually the geographical characteristic that hindered the development, I think that we can actually still work with that by communicating with the local governments, and also by having the technicians and also the engineer to cope with that kind of the problem. But if this kind of the geographical characteristic, for example, impact and give huge changes in the environmental terms, I think that the government will not do that kind of the activities. I think that's all.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer, Mr. Ibnu. So you think that geographical characteristic can give some effects to the development of Indonesia, and it needs to be part of our concerns about the geographical characteristic. Okay, thank you very much for the answer. I hope it can answer the questions from Mr. Aldi Fauzan Mawardi. And maybe is there any other questions coming from any participants here? Okay, so Mr. Rifan Andika, you may turn on your microphone.
Hello, Miss Sonia and Mr. Ibnu. Thank you
Good
for the
afternoon,
opportunity.
Mr. Rifan.
Good
Thank you
afternoon.
for your afternoon.
I have like a simple question actually, because we all are here a planning student, right? We are talking about planning like all the time, like in the class during maybe some of us already have a project about planning in Indonesia, especially. And I was thinking that being a planner, but sometimes it's not only us to claim as a planner. People who don't even have like educational background in planning sometimes claim themselves as a planner. What do you think about it? Maybe like, for example, people who understand about GIS, maybe because we talk a lot spatial planning, people who just know mapping application, sometimes they claim themselves as a planner. What do you think about it, Ibnu? Thank you.
Okay, so maybe Mr. Ibnu, you can start to answer the question.
Okay, it's okay. Thank you for the questions, Rifan. I think that is a tough one. I think that whatever the educations that you propose, it is that you take, for example, whether it is formal or non-formal, as long as you have the capacity to learn learning new skills in GIS and a lot of applications, everyone can be a planner for themselves. Because when we're talking about the planning, it's not only talking about, for example, the planning the city. When we're talking about the planning, we also have the planning in our financial freedom, and also talking about how we could actually planning our future, for example, how we manage our and planning our daily activities and so on, so stuff. And also talking about that non-educated persons claim themselves as the urban as a planner. I think that is actually the standard is that is the standard themselves are exist in the Indonesia Urban Planning Associations, because when we register ourselves to the certifications, when we actually can complete all the, for example, requirements that we did, and also we have the certifications of the skills, we actually complete all the required skills in as a planner. I think as we live in the globalization era where the information are not having any boundaries, we can actually access in every single things. We can actually access the internet, YouTube, and so on, so stuff, how to learn from that. I think that non-formal education is also important. But remember that we still have the standard managed by our planning association, so that if you want to be eligible, for example, to enter to the job field, you need to be able to for example, fix and also to get that kind of certification from the institution, the legal institutions. I think that's all, Sonia. But that's a tough one. I can.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ibnu, for sharing your thoughts about being eligible planner. Hope that answers your question, Mr. Ivanos. Is there any other question that you would like to add for Mr. Ibnu? Or is
I think that's all. Thank you, Mr. Ibnu.
Okay, thank you very much, Rifan, for the questions too. Okay, is there any other questions coming from the participants here? Or maybe your explanation has been so clear, so that we get to understand more about the Indonesia challenges and opportunities regarding the urban and regional planning students. Okay, then I think that's all for this session. Thank you very much, Mr. Ibnu, for sharing your thoughts, your experience, your stories, and about opportunities and challenges of being an urban and regional planning student in Indonesia. Thank you very much, Mr. Ibnu. Hope you're having a good afternoon after this.
Okay, thank you, Miss Sonia and everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Ibnu. Have a nice day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Goodbye. Okay, then, since we have finished the session of two speakers, we will move to another session. The session is games that will be conducted by the committee. So for Miss Fildarsi Rajut, can you conduct the game?
Okay, thank you, Miss Sonia.
Okay.
Okay, hello everyone. After we listened to the great material from the great speaker, next we enter the nice event, the ice-breaking event. Then before, let me tell myself, my name is Fildesari Sirajut. Here as host will be guide you to following this session, especially the session fun and can refresh in our throat. Hopefully we are enjoying this session carefully. In this game, we will guess the picture that have been provided by the commit, and these pictures are unique and require great imagination. Before with this picture quizzing game, I will read the rules of the game that all friends can see on the screen. So next slide. The ice breaking name is What's That? Okay, the rule number 1 is you will be shown an isolated part of the photo. You have to discuss the picture of the animal. The host can tell interesting fact about the subject of the photo as a clue. All participants are allowed to discuss the image on the screen, either through the column feature or clicking the microphone icon label mute and then answering the image. Next rule is participants will start answering if the game host invites them, and the answer them is 1 minute per picture. And the last rule is the animal image displayed properly as generatory imagination. So are you ready, guys? Maybe you can open your mic and say yes and write on your chat box, right? Ready? I'm ready to start the ice breaking this session.
Yes.
Okay, ready. Okay,
Yeah.
ready,
Yeah.
and ready.
Ready, ready.
Okay. Okay, next slide, guys. Next slide. What picture is this? The clue is that if you look closely, he has a tail and large body the same, so to have 4 legs. What animal is that? Buffalo, elephant, hippo, okay, buffalo. Okay, mostly participant answering elephant and banteng exactly. Yeah. So do you buffalo, hippopotamus? Okay. The picture is Nino is monkey. Oh, nothing is right, guys. So guessing this picture requires an extraordinary imagination. Okay, let's go to the next picture. What picture is this? Okay, next slide. Okay, we will give you a clue also so that your friend can guess. If you see he lives in the water, but he has fur, maybe this picture is a trap again. Come on, guys. What kind of picture is that? What animal is that? Bird, well, a sad or cat? Cat? Okay. What? Penguin? Catfish? Okay. Rat? Cat? Or what animal is this? Maybe continue next slide is cat. Well, okay, cat. Okay, some participant through answering the picture second, but so let's go to next picture. Is okay. The next picture is okay. The picture is different from the next picture. The clue is has 4 legs. Harry, what animal is that? Mouse. Okay. Okay, horse. Okay, Mickey, horse, elephant, alright? Alright, okay, continue the slide. What animal is? Horse. Okay, some participants also agree answering the picture. The third. Okay, guys, so continue again. I think any participant really exciting to answering the picture. Okay. Unicorn. Okay, unicorn, lion. Lion. Another answering water park. Okay, it's really funny. Exactly, chicken. Okay, some question. Some answering snake, water boom. Okay. Another answering donkey. Yeah. What animal is that? Is lion. Okay. I think participant in this session it's really exciting or before can see the games before. Okay. The next picture. What is okay. The clue is having white. Oh, monkey, duck, orangutan, swan, rabbit. Rabbit, monkey. Okay, another answering, guys. Bunny, rabbit, cat. Okay, so difficult to answer. Okay, so difficult, yeah. Water park. Okay, guys. Yeah, what animals is? Next slide is duck. Okay. Okay, interesting picture, guys. And we have to continue. Yeah. Okay, what animal is that? Snake fairy. Another answering maybe, guys. So grasshopper, zebra, and octopus. Okay, Peter Pan. B. Ariel, chicken. Okay, what animals is? Jeng jeng jeng. Pegasus, guys. I think participant cannot to answering correctly this picture. Absolutely lovely. Okay, I think okay, it's cat. Okay, the clue is neon cat, mermaid. Okay, caterpillar, fish cat, fish, and of course it's dinosaurs. Okay, it's funny question. It's funny answering, guys. Of course it's dinosaurs. Humankind, fish, rabbit. Okay, what animal is catfish? It's really cute picture, guys. Okay, nothing right, yeah, guys. So, guys, in this picture, the correct answer is imagination and created emotional draining. And the picture is different from the answer. So, what animals is? chicken, penguin, dino. Another answering, guys? Happens to have gives the effect or anything. Okay, victory. Okay, what animal is chicken, guys? Chicken. No participant answered correctly. So, corners to the editing team is honestly bubbling. Okay, maybe next slide. Next slide. Okay, if we look at this picture, you can already guess the animals. I give you a clue. The animal has a cell to the head or a house, has a soft and flexible body texture and moves slowly. What animal is this? Man, bear. Well, sloth. Okay. Battled. Okay. Komodo. Frog. Dolphin. Okay. What animal is rhinoceros? Nothing participant answering correctly. Okay, the next picture, maybe this is the last picture. If we look at this picture, you can already guess that the team's animal. I will give you a clue. This animal has 2 large nails and 2 small nails on each leg and has horns. What animal is it? B. Okay, B, cockroach. B. Butterfly. Butterfly. Another answering, guys. Koala. Little bear, snake. And what animal is koala bears? Some participant can answer incorrectly. Okay, thank you guys for joining this session. This is the last picture and the session ice breaking. Again, thank you, and I will take over by moderators. See you in next camp.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Fildasari, for the game. It is very exciting to guess the photo. It's a great Photoshop too. You cannot answer it correctly. I only got one wrong. One true answers. The other is wrong. Okay, so as we have been refreshed by a very exciting games before, we shall now move on to the true speaker of this session. And now I will welcome Mr. Mitchell Danny Pandich, who will share his challenges and opportunities of being a planning student in the Netherlands.
Hey.
Are you here with us now? Hi.
Yes. Hi.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the game, by the way. It was fun.
Yeah, yeah, it's very refreshing.
Yes.
Okay, now maybe you can start for the presentation.
Yeah, perfect.
But maybe I will like to share a little backgrounds about Mr. Mitchell. So you are currently a student at Universitas Gadjah Mada, a double degree for urban regional planning, and also at the University of Groningen, a master degree for society sustainability and planning until 2023. Okay, so here's the slide. So You have been studied at University Gajah Mada until 2023, a double degree Master of Urban and Regional Planning, University of Groningen until August 2020, a Master degree of Social Sustainability and Planning, University of Twente until August 2021, a bachelor's degree, and a bachelor's degree of Civil Engineering from České vysoké from Technique Vypros, if I'm saying it correctly. So after this, you may start with your presentation.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I'm quickly waiting for my presentation to show up on the screen.
Okay.
So I can just say next whenever I want to go to the next slide.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, perfect.
So maybe we'll stay for the operation for sharing the screen. It's the operator ready to share the screen.
Yeah, there it is. Perfect. So thank you everyone for having me here. It's quite an honor to speak for you all. Last week I was asked by Buyani, one of my teachers, to actually present over here. And that's how I'm here right now. So I'm going to give you a little bit like an overview of the opportunities and challenges I've faced as a planning student in the Netherlands. So next slide, maybe. So a year and a half ago, I was actually visiting my parents' house in our little hometown somewhere in the north of the Netherlands. And I was sitting at the dinner table with my parents and a friend from school while looking on my phone for possible master studies. Because at the Netherlands, it's very common to just start your master or graduate study straight after your bachelor degree. So up to that point, I had mainly focused on civil engineering, like you already explained, with courses in urban water management and climate change resilience in cities. And for my bachelor thesis, I kind of combined these two, and then my supervisor told me, maybe you can look for urban planning studies because that might be an interesting program for you. So next slide. So in order to find possible masters, I went to basically the first thing that pops up to your mind if you want to look for something, which is Google, and I typed in sustainable urban planning. And the first study that popped up was actually a double degree master at the University of Groningen, urban planning, society, and sustainability. And not only did this program fit really well with my interests, but it also gave me the opportunity to go to the Gajah Mada University in Yogyakarta, Indonesia for a year. And I've always loved to travel because before my undergraduate degree, I went on a gap year to Australia. And then during my undergraduate degree, I went to the Czech Technical University in Prague for half a year for my exchange. So maybe next slide. So after I read the description, I told my parents and a friend from school, I found this great study and it even allows me to go to Indonesia for a year. And my parents were very supportive of me traveling because they also wanted to travel when they were younger, but their parents didn't allow them to. So they're really forcing me and my sister, or forcing me and my sister to go abroad. So they were very enthusiastic, but a friend from school was like, Indonesia, why would you go to Indonesia if you have everything you want over here? So that made me actually think yeah, why would I go abroad for a year? All my friends are here, my family is here, and I'm happy where I am. So I decided to just leave this opportunity for now and try to find other studies that were closer to home. So a month or so after, I was actually in my student room working on my thesis, or actually struggling with my thesis and trying to find some distractions to keep me off my thesis. So at that moment, the Indonesia idea popped up in my head again. So I started to casually watch videos on YouTube about life in Indonesia. And within a week, I think I've watched all the vlogs, all the blogs, and all the content that you can find on the internet about a gap year or a study year in Indonesia on the internet. So I was going more enthusiastic about the idea by the day. So I started to talk to my friends and my family, and I was becoming and they were also enthusiastic. And they were convinced that I should just go for it. So I did it. Maybe next slide. Yeah, so this is all the content I found. Maybe next slide as well. Yes. So hello, everyone. My name is Mitchell van Dijk, and I'm currently a 24-year-old urban planning student in Yogyakarta, where I'm on my second year of the double degree master, urban planning, society, and sustainability. And last year, September, I started at the University of Groningen because it was supposed to be 1 year in Indonesia and then 1 year in Groningen, but due to COVID, I had it was messed up a bit. So I did half year in Groningen. Now I'm doing a year in Yogyakarta, and then I'm doing another half year in Groningen to finish up my master diploma. And in this presentation, I want to share with you all some of the opportunities and challenges that I've faced so far, and will probably experience in the rest of my master, because I'm studying in 2 countries that are quite different in a lot of aspects. So next slide. So first of all, I would like to tell you a little bit about the start of my semester in the Netherlands, because for my bachelor, like I said, I went to a university program at the University of Twente, and University College is actually a liberal arts and science system where you can pick your own courses in order to create your own academic profile. So I started with urban development and slowly moved to urban water management. I mean, I am Dutch after all, and water management is quite a big deal over there. Spatial engineering and climate change planning. And even though this curriculum got me into the program in Groningen, they accepted me for it, I didn't know that much about the theory of urban planning. So whereas most of my peers had already studied urban planning for 3 years and know about all these legendary figures like Jane Jacobs and Elinor Ostrom, I still had no idea what urban planning actually was. So next slide. And to be fair, this was quite challenging for me to shift from a technical-oriented bachelor to a more social-oriented master at first. I struggled a lot with the vagueness of the theory. Like every action you take is context-specific as an urban planner, and there's never a real right answer. And the view on the role of planner shifts every 10 years or so, and then even it depends on which region or country you're in. So Groningen, however, offered me a lot of field trips and in-depth discussions with teachers that are very motivated and knowledgeable. And this made me motivated and enthusiastic about the topic as well. And what also really helped me was with getting more enthusiastic and getting a better understanding was the Dutch student culture. Because in the Netherlands, you have this, it might sound a little bit informal, maybe disrespectful, but there's a very big drinking and going out culture. So it is quite usual to just go to a bar or a cafe afterwards, maybe even a nightclub, and talk about all your views, talk about life. And in some occasions, even the teachers will join you for these events. So during these informal meetings, it's really nice to completely open up to your peers. You can go all out instead of in the lectures where it's a formal situation. So sometimes, at least I feel quite scared to completely open up to the teachers. But with my friends, I actually completely open up, and we have some heated arguments about what we think of the theory, how we think we should apply it. And I think it's really an opportunity to have these discussions with friends, especially in these informal settings. And I really like that. And that became that caused me to be more invested in urban planning in general and also become more knowledgeable. So next slide. Like I said before, for my second and third semester, I was finally going to Indonesia, and I was extremely excited about moving there and try to be as prepared as possible. However, it also brought up some challenges, some even before the semester had even begun, because in the Netherlands, everything was opening up after COVID, but in Indonesia, the restrictions were quite strict still. And this caused my visa to be in quite late. So the semester already started in February, and only 5 or 6 weeks later, I was able to come to Indonesia. And before that, I was not able to follow the courses because we had not been enrolled somehow, I don't know. And when we finally arrived, all the courses were in Indonesian, and most of the lecture slides were also in Indonesian. But luckily, we got assigned some buddies from UGM. I think Rifan is here, for example. He was my buddy, and he helped me with translating some of the documents. And this was really great. But still, the language barrier during the lectures, and also the fact that we had so much catching up to do, was quite challenging, and also a little bit demotivating at some times. But luckily, the teachers were also trying to engage us during the lectures, and this was really helpful and kind. But like I said, it was still quite a challenge to move to a new country where I didn't speak the language and also didn't know a lot about the planning systems. And then, I don't know, trying to engage in discussions that was quite a challenge. So maybe next slide. However, studying in Indonesia was not only a challenge. It was also it offered me also amazing opportunities, and more than I would have expected beforehand. Because traveling to the countries, even just through the cities, is just an accumulation of these wow moments that really stick in your mind forever. Because of the amazing landscapes, like you see on the pictures, the diversity in cultures, and the kindness of the people, even if they're living in very bad living conditions. Because that's actually also what I noticed during my travels, that there's actually quite some cities where there's like really a lot of poverty and bad living situations. So as you can see in the pictures here, this was last week in Semarang. There was a lot of garbage on the streets. The rivers that people used to do their laundry or shower were white because of the bacteria and the trash that was in there. And that's really a big contrast to what I've seen in the Netherlands so far. So next slide. So in the past like 5 months, I've been traveling to Indonesia and had the opportunity to meet and speak with many of the locals as well. And one of the first locals I came across with was our taxi driver in Bali. And Jochem and I, you can see on the picture on the left, Jochem and I were waiting on a taxi to drive from the beach to our hotel. And we met this taxi driver at 11 p.m. while he was honking, taxi, taxi, taxi. And after some negotiation over the price, we got into the hotel and he offered us to drive us around Bali the next day for quite a nice price. And during this day, it was not Bali's nature that inspired me most, but his stories about how he lived in a like 1-room apartment with his family of 6. And during Corona, he had to work on the rice fields to earn money. And he earned like $3 American per day. And sometimes he didn't even have the money to pay for 3 meals a day for his children, for example. And despite this, he was still very like cheerful and a kind man, and he worked hard. And he really tried to make the most out of it. And on the right picture, you can see another man. I went to an island a couple of weeks later, and I also started to talk with some of the locals over there. And this man told me that during Corona, he also had a hard time, but just in general, he had a hard time when tourists wouldn't come there. And I asked him, like, how can you cope with that? And he was like, well, I have a roof where I live with my mom. Whenever I'm hungry, I'm going out with my fishing spear and I'm catching some fish, which my mom prepares with some rice. And whenever I'm bored, I'm going on a local boat trip with my friends, or I'm going to the beach and chill there. So these are just 2 of the like kind of inspiring people I've met so far, and that really left a big impression on me. And it showed that there's such a big contrast between Indonesia and the Netherlands, and that indeed planning is very dependent on context and view of life of the people, like the local people. So that like even though you learn a lot of theory, you should really go into the field to experience this, I think, and talk to the locals as well. So next slide. What has also surprised me in Indonesia is the amount of self-organization over here, because when I just arrived, I started driving my motorcycle in Yogyakarta, and it felt like I was an insect that was trying to maneuver through all the insects without getting splattered by a small mistake. And I thought there were no rules at all, but then I kind of got used to driving over here, and I saw that it's actually, there's a lot of unspoken rules, because in Europe and other countries that have like these strict rules, people just take their right to go first and they don't look at what other people do. But people over here, they look at each other, they anticipate each other's moves, and it's a very social activity of self-organization, I think. And you also notice this in other fields in Indonesia or other aspects of Indonesia. For example, kampungs that are like getting flooded, for example, where the community really helps each other. And if the government fails to help them, that they build their own dams and they help as a community. So it's really interesting to see this as a planner, that communities can be so strong and can also take their own measures themselves without interventions from everyone. So next slide. Next to the experience, the country itself, my professor and fellow students offered me these amazing opportunities to actually get a better understanding of what urban planning is and how you should practice this. For example, last week I joined the International Joint Studio with some people that are also present over here. And there were also people from Indonesia, Malaysia, France, the Philippines, and other countries that came together. And this was really interesting because there were so many different like views on planning, which you could discuss and you could share ideas. And I think that was a great way to increase your knowledge and also get more understanding of what other people think about planning. And another thing I was invited for was this presentation, of course. So I hope that you like the presentation and that we can share our findings afterwards. So next slide. So I think I've shared enough of my stories for now. I really hope that we get the opportunity to speak to each other soon in order to share experiences and insights. And to conclude, I would like to summarize some of the key messages that I wanted to share with you today. So the first one is go abroad. Whenever you get the chance, like even if it's for study, for a small chance, or like joint events, such as like the International Joint Planning Studio or this event even, go for it. Even if you're like feel insecure about your English, because everyone is there to improve and to learn. And I think it's a great way to improve your like worldview and increase your worldview of what like planning actually is, and for who you actually plan or who you plan with. And I think this will make everyone stronger. And the second one is communication is key. Talk to as many students and professors and local experts as possible, because this will really help you with understanding what you need to do and why you're there. And sharing ideas, knowledge, and discuss theories is just a very nice thing to do for you to get a better understanding. So last slide, maybe. This was my presentation. Thank you everyone for listening. I hope you enjoyed and also got some of the key messages from it. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mitchell, for sharing your experience in Indonesia. I think it's a very good experience you had in Indonesia during your study abroad moment, and I think it's very interesting too to understand how you have learned about Indonesia and as a foreigner here. Okay, maybe after we hear the presentation, we will have a discussion session just like the previous session. So if any of you have any questions for Mr. Mitchell, you can raise your hand or write your questions on the chat box so we can discuss your questions and we can talk about it. Okay, so maybe to begin, I would like to ask questions for you. So maybe what do you think is the most memorable moment do you have during your stay here in Indonesia?
Like I said, I think speaking to the locals and seeing the amount of like poverty over here actually was quite like intense, I think, at first, because in the Netherlands there's quite a big social safety net, and there's poverty, of course, but not as clear and not as like dire as over here. So I think that was one of the most memorable moments, but also there's a lot of good memories over here. So traveling around, just seeing the country, seeing how diverse cultures can live together and like create their own communities together is just a very nice thing, I think. So
I see. Yeah, it's a very different experience back in your home country, is it? Okay.
yeah, very much.
Okay then. So next we have a question from Ms. Ines Bodenfield. So the question is, what were your main takeaways from your international joint studios in terms of how you want to do planning in this context or another one?
So before I did the International Joint Planning Studio, I never really had the experience to apply my knowledge to practical situations. So this was the first time that I would actually was able to talk to local experts, come up with a master plan, and really discuss with other students as well. So I think the main takeaways are just like the ways you have to go through the process, the steps that you have to take, and also that. So in this context or something else, that's a very different point of your question, I think, Ines, because every context is different and you really need to understand the context in order to create the master plan. And I think the Joint Planning Studio was very nice, but it was just 10 days and it was just a little bit too difficult to actually grasp the full situation over there. So I think learning about the context was definitely, I think, a big part of what I want to take away from the International Joint Studio.
Okay, thank you for the answer, Mr. Mitchell. Is that answering your questions? Okay, then. Any other questions from any participants here? Oh, there's a message from Constantina Sorelli. Wonderful presentation, thoughtful comments, inspiring experience. And the takeaway points said it all. Okay.
Thank you, Constantina.
Okay, then. Maybe I'll ask questions for you too. So about the International Joint Studios, what do you think is the biggest challenge during the studio for you?
I think one of the main difficulties is first to get acquainted with each other, because like I said, everyone is from such a different background and it's different expectations from the studio as well. So to work in a group of people that you don't know, that come from different backgrounds, I think it's actually quite a challenge. But once, like the first couple of days can be really difficult, but after that, I think once you get to know each other and kind of understand each other, it really gets a very nice thing. But I think that was one of the most challenging parts, to really get together into a team spirit.
Okay, so the communication is quite hard to understand each other. Is it? Okay, then we still have some time. So if any of you would like to ask another questions, we're very open for that. Okay, and maybe I'd like to add another questions. So since you've been joining this international student studying abroad, have you ever thought of having another international studying moment in like year or two, or you'll stop by at this opportunities?
You mean after I finish this study, whether I want to do another study in another international context? So for now, I think I'm pretty, like after this year, I think I'm done with studying for a while, because what I also noticed is that there's so many theories that are like constantly going around, and you cannot read, like in school, every project you make like eventually gets read by the teacher and then put aside. So it's nice to work on it and actually like coming up with good solutions, but then I think it's quite sad that you don't really make an impact. So I really look forward to start in the field and get some working experience. Maybe afterwards I will like want to do a new master again, I don't know yet. But for now, I think I really want to look forward to actually working in the field and start to be a practitioner.
Okay, so we'll start being a practitioner first before you do another study. Okay, then. So there's another questions coming from Mr. Fatur. So he asked, the SDGs are scheduled to end in 2030. Do you think that in the future there will be new innovations regarding the concept of sustainability?
So maybe I can like answer this question in context of the Netherlands. I like in the Netherlands, it's quite a like struggle at the moment. I think everywhere, by the way, about how much you should do to actually reach the goals, because there are so many, I don't know, like different views on this aspect that it's just really difficult to get to a point where everyone agrees that that's the right way to take. But slowly in the Netherlands, I think politicians are moving towards really trying to aim to reach those SDGs. But it's still quite a slow process, and I would love to see it go faster. But I don't know, I think it's just a very difficult and sensitive topic. So I don't know.
Okay, all right. Thank you for the answer. And now we have another questions coming from Mr. Muhammad Ibnu. Why did you plan to continue your study in Indonesia and not another country?
So that was actually because this was the only double degree master in planning like that. Well, there were two options for the double degree master. One was going to China and one was going to Indonesia. And China was at that point still like really locked up. So that's why I just chose for Indonesia. And I just like I said, in my bachelor, I went for sustainability. I really liked to like engage in society also already during the civil engineering courses and urban planning. So this was just the perfect fit in study for me, and also the combination of both. So I don't know, that's why I just, this thought kept on going through my mind that I should just do this master. And that's why I chose it, I think. I was just so excited about it.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Okay, cool. Enjoy your time here.
Thank you very much.
All right, so there's another questions from Konstantina. She has follow-up questions. Why not also consider PhD along with practice? think it's a following up questions to your previous answer about practice and PhD.
Yeah, I find that a difficult one. To be fair, I think PhD is very academic, of course, and like I said, I'm quite done with doing too much research at the moment. I really like to put it in practice, but maybe I will like rethink this decision in a couple of years and maybe still do a PhD later on. But for now, I just think I want to go out in the field and talk to people, engage with people, and not do too much research, but actually like try to implement solutions together with the my population. And I know that can also be done through a PhD, but I just don't want to be attached to a university for the coming years, I think.
Okay, so I think enough time for academic sessions for now, I think. All right then. Maybe another questions from any participants here regarding the challenges and opportunities, maybe in Netherlands or the experience of studying abroad. Okay, or maybe I would like to add more questions. What do you think is the most different thing that you found back in Netherlands and here in Indonesia regarding to the urban and planning study?
I think the biggest difference is the size of the country, because the Netherlands is this very small country. I think I looked it up and it's just about the size of Jakarta to Bandung in terms of width. And it's only like from the top of the Netherlands to the South Netherlands, 400 kilometers. And it's just one country and not a lot of islands. So I think the kind that it, like how it is managed is really different, because over here you also have like one central government that has quite some power over all the planning like levels or like governmental levels in Indonesia. And that makes it really different from the Netherlands, where it's just basically like provincial or like an island government compared to Indonesia. So everything is way more small, like lower scale, smaller scale.
All right. Okay, so the different size of the country is kind of affecting the urban and planning session. Okay, all right then. Thank you for the answer. And there's another questions from Mr. Muhammad Ibnu. What is your suggestion for those who plan to study abroad?
Be prepared for a lot of challenges, for maybe even culture shock. But even though there's so many challenges and also probably a lot of like negative side to it, it's so worth it to just like go abroad and experience something different than what you're used to, because it really makes you think. And maybe you like are still happy with where you were before the going abroad, but I think it just really helps you not only on an academic field or like professional way, but also on a personal like way, because you see how different regions, different worlds actually handle their planning system. And I think that's very inspiring to see.
Okay, thank you for the answer, Mr. Michel. So we need to be prepared for a study abroad. I think that's from your answer. I hope that answer your questions, Mr. Muhammad Ibnu. Okay, then, so since we have quite some time to do discussions with Mr. Michel, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts, your stories, and your experience during your studies regarding the urban planning sessions or even your studying abroad moment. Thank you very much for sharing. And maybe have a great afternoon. And we hope to see you sometime after this. Okay, then.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
You too.
All right. So after this, we still have other speakers. And this is probably the last speaker for today. So I would like to welcome Ms. Ines Bodenfil, who will share her challenges and opportunities of being a planning student in France. Ms. Ines, are you here with us right now?
Yes, I'm here
All
with
right.
you. Can you all hear me
Okay.
clear?
All right, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Okay, then. All right. So for this session, we would like to talk about the opportunities and challenges of student and of urban and planning students and
in the French
France. Okay. So, all right. So maybe I would like to read a little background from Ms. Ines. So Ms. Ines is a research assistant on urban economics here and is ESSEC Business School. And are you now currently studying as a student also in ESSEC Business School?
Yes, I am currently a
All
student. Will be doing my last year at ESSEC.
All right. Very nice last year. Okay, then. The station time is yours. So please start your presentation.
Yes. So thank you very much for the introduction, Sonia. Very much appreciated. So maybe learning from the example of Mitchell, I can start with a little self-introduction, which is not on this slide, but I will start then my presentation. So maybe just talk a bit about me. My name is Ines Bodenfil. After my high school, I had basically no idea what I wanted to do. So I turned to, let's say, a multidisciplinary undergrad, taking 3 years, and I fell in love with the discipline of geography. So not right away urban planning, but first geography and history and social sciences in general. So after this undergrad, I undertook the urban policy double master's degree between the French school, Sciences Po, and the London School of Economics. The first year was more operational urbanists oriented. And the second year, which was my favorite, was more academia research oriented in a program called Local Economic Development. And that's when I realized after this master's, it was in 2020, so COVID, that I did not want to go working right away, but I wanted to study some more because I felt there was a gap in my knowledge of, let's say, stakeholders who make up planning, who make up territories, who make up development. And that was the private sector. Because in the first years of masters, I learned a lot about public organization at local level, regional level, and national level. In the second year, I learned a lot about international organization and how they impact territories in planning, but also in public policy design. And I was wondering, what about the private sector? What about firms? What about investors who have such a large role in developing territories and making development happen? Why don't we talk more about them? So that's why I decided to go to ESSEC Business School, which is a business school, but which also has a specialization program, which is called the Urban Economics Chair, for a length of 6 months. So what I found in this, let's say, secondary formation is that there is a need and there is a way to involve private stakeholders into the making of territories in order to develop big infrastructure, but also small-scale projects and have, let's say, more balanced kind of planning and development. It does not need to be only public, does not need to be only private. The two can cooperate. So now I will maybe move on to my presentation. We can discuss about my personal curriculum later. Planning in the French context and the opportunities of being planning students in France, of course. So maybe you can move to the next slide. Okay, so this is a bit of the summary of my presentation. I'm sorry if it's a bit too academic. I will try not to make it so. But the first part, I would like to help you understand the context in France and the French urban system, because if you understand the context, you will be better able to grasp what opportunities there are for French students, but also international students, should you be interested to one day work in France. So first, we'll look at the urban dynamics and the French urban system, then the French planning system, and then we'll look at the one big project that is has been going on for, I feel like, centuries, which is the Greater Paris Metropolis project. Next slide, maybe. Yes. So the first thing we can say, and that we all know, is that we're going under an unprecedented mass urbanization process, and that it's happening very fast, especially in some countries, such as Indonesia, which in about 30 years have been experiencing what some countries like France have been doing over the past 150 years. So that creates, of course, lots of problems, lots of conflicts of interest, and lots of conflicts in planning, because planning is political. And when you want to plan, you need to involve stakeholders, and you need stakeholders to agree. So yeah, in the 1950s, the share of the rural population in the world was about 30%. In 2007, the world became urban. So 50% of the overall population was urban population. And then the expectation is that in 2050, it's going to be 68%. So this dynamic is ever increasing, going to create massive challenges for planning students and other disciplines also. So it's a good thing we are undertaking planning. Next slide, please. So in the French case, as I was specifying earlier, it's a very old process, meaning that the current urban population in France is 81% of the population. So we're dominantly urban country. I think it was in the 1930s that the country became dominantly urban. So over 50% of the population was urban. So you can see it's a very, very old process that has taken much time to happen, and that has been accelerated in the 60s, the 70s, and the 80s. Maybe next slide. So in this context, what does it mean for the French urban system? What does it look like? So as you can see on the map, we have one big spot in the top of France, that is Paris. So Paris is the macrocephalic city, which is basically the center of France, even though the geographic center, but the functional center of France. So the Paris metropolitan area is 12 million people. And then you have a network of secondary cities, Lille, Lyon, Marseille, Bordeaux, Toulouse, and Nantes, approximately 1 to 2 million people. And this is a very different system that the one you can observe in Spain, Italy, and Germany. I will not spend too much time on this because they have a different history. France is traditionally, historically, a very centralized country. So that creates some challenges in terms of public policy and urban design that I will elaborate on further now. Next slide, please. So yes, urbanization in France. So this is again on the left, you will see a slide of urbanization rate in France, which I have already commented. I will not go back. But let's say that the challenges we're facing, given this organization of urban spaces and rural areas, and the history of our urbanization process, is that we have two challenges at the same time, which is metropolization, centralization in big cities such as Paris, and secondary cities like Lyon, like Lille. But we have also the suburbanization challenge, which means basically that you have an expansion of metropolitan areas with low density residential areas, which has a negative impact on the environment, because you need to create more homes, artificialize more land, and also create the adequate infrastructure going further and further from the city, so that people can have equal access to utilities, transport, and other services. This increases land consumptions. It fosters use of cars, which is, as we know, not necessarily a good thing. And increases also distance between job and residential areas. So it's really has huge environmental impact, but also social consequences. I don't know if you know, but in France, in 2018, 2019, we had a huge strike, national strike, and manifestation of discontent, because there was a plan to implement a tax on gas that was going to hit the least socially advantaged people. So the poorest people were going to pay more money for gas, to use gas. It was an environmental tax, but it was not possible. They would not survive. So you understand that the planning designs that were made in the 60s and the 70s, today, in terms of consequences, have very negative social consequences on the population. So that's why our choices are so important. Maybe next slide. So yeah, right now the main issues for planning in France are urban competitiveness. So basically it means that some areas are trying to compete over others, not in a cooperative manner, let's say, but trying to attract firms from other cities, even though they could gain more by cooperating rather than trying to fight one another. We also have a housing crisis because in France, we do not build enough houses and the land prices and rent also prices for homes is skyrocketing. In cities, it's especially the case. I'm a student, I live in the Paris area. So I feel especially about this issue because we do not have enough student housing or affordable housing or social housing, especially in some areas. And this decision to build social housing or student housing often rests with local stakeholders, mayors. And some want, some don't want. So this is also a challenge you face as in planning, urban planning and public policy design, is how do you implement, let's say, a decision that would be good overall for all people, especially students and the poorer people. But the decision is taken at the local level, and the local level does not necessarily have the same agenda as you. Another challenge is environmental sustainability, because as we know and as we have discussed, environmental sustainability of cities is a big issue. One of the questions tackles SDGs and also sustainable cities, because the urban environments are especially have especially negative impacts in terms of noise, in terms of pollution, air, water, land pollution, and also because cities do not, they're not able to function by themselves. They rest on a whole network of very, very wide interdependencies with other territories that make them what they are. A city basically like Paris could not exist without an intricate network of different functions and different production sites all over the world where they can source materials that will go into make building a new infrastructure in Paris possible, for example. And the last one is social spatial inequalities, as presented on the rights, the map on the right, is the disparity of revenues in the Hauts-de-France region, and in the center you have the Paris area. So basically what you can observe here is that you have all the richer people are on the left, southwest, sorry, and the poorer side is more on the northeast. And you have this kind of divide, which is building up and becoming broader and broader and broader. So you have inequalities and such a huge revenues gap that is creating a lot of tensions that also affect planning. So in order to tackle all those issues, there is a, well, we could not say strong maybe, but there is a governance system that was established by French planning, let's say, history and public policy in order to tackle these issues. And it has been built in the course of the second part of the 20th century. So I will now move to the next slide to explain more of that. Next slide, please. Thank you. So after presenting the urban dynamics and the French urban system as it is now, maybe we can look into a little bit backwards, how the French planning system evolved, what it looked like, let's say 50 years ago or more, 70 years ago, and what challenges it was supposed to answer, and how do we deal with this system, this legacy system, and now to deal with our new challenges that I have briefly exposed in the first part. Next slide, please. So at the end of the Second World War, which ended in 1945, there was a very influential book that was published in France, which is called Paris and French Deserts. And in this book, the author, Gravier, which is a Jean-François Gravier, exposed that basically the French main metropolis, which was Paris, which is still Paris, was eating away the forces of the rest of the country. And that it was draining the country of its, let's say, talents, of its workers, of its of its development dynamic. And this book was so influential that it basically shaped 20 years of public policy afterwards, after its publication in 1947. So yes, exactly. It is the next slide. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the policy after the publication of this book, after you deal with the immediate consequences of war, etc., in the 60s was developing a network of secondary metropolises. So that was the Métropole d'équilibre policy. And that's the reason why you don't have only one big metropolis in France, but you also have those secondary metropolises that are all around, and you can see on the first map, where Nantes, Saint-Nazaire, Bordeaux, Toulouse, Aix-Marseille, etc. And all those metropolises received from central states some functions. Some institutions went to settle from Paris to these metropolises in order to foster more development through it's a kind of public subsidy in a way. And this also in turn helped to develop those metropolises with some cooperation with private stakeholders, but mostly public subsidies and public money. Maybe the next slide. So that was in the 60s, when the planning system was very centralized. And in the 80s, there was a reverse movement calling for decentralization. So the idea was to transfer some prerogatives from central government to different levels of government, the 13 regions, the 100 departments, so smaller scale. The regions is, for example, Île-de-France or Grand Est, that you can see on the right. The 100 departments, which were older kind of scale, which is more local in between regions, and between the commune, which is the city level, basically. So you had different kind of competencies that were transferred. For example, the region had the, let's say, main authority on economic development, the departments on social prerogative, management of roads, and communes on all services that were about proximity, local planning, building permits. So you can see that local authorities had still a lot of power because they have authority over building permits, as I think it's the same case in Indonesia. So this called for a big debate that is still ongoing today about what is the best scale for what competency, from who should deal with building permits. Is it better if it's the local or the regional level? Or who should deal with the mobility issues, roads, for example? Is it better if it's the region, national government, local government? So this debate is still ongoing, but we have now this decentralization system. Maybe the next slide, please. Yes. Did we skip one? Maybe. Could it be possible to have the previous one? Yeah, okay, good. And after this decentralization period, there was a new idea that was to build intercommunal bodies. So to create a new scale in between the region, the department, and the local. So you have this whole map you can see on the left with a new set of bodies, basically, who have different status, which agglomerates many communes, because we had this problem in France of having too many cities, too many communes. It was unmanageable. So we had this intercommunal bodies created with a wide array of status, as you can see, metropolises, communauté de communes, communauté d'agglomération. They all have different kind of status. It's not the same, different size, status, location. They only have few competencies, and they are built according to the mutualization approach. So it means that, for example, if you have a commune which is too small, doesn't have enough money to manage some of its services that it's supposed to manage, it can delegate them to the intercommunal body. So that's pretty interesting, but it's an opaque system. Basically, nobody knows who their intercommunal body is. Nobody knows how it works. So they have a huge legitimacy problem. Next slide, please. And the very peculiar intercommunal body is the metropolis, because the idea of a metropolis is to have a functional area, to encompass the functional area of a city. So in a metropolis, you should be at the best scale to be able to foster development of your city. But this has proven a challenge again, because instead of merging local authorities like in some European countries, we created an additional layer, the intercommunal body, to manage some issues. And so it created even more conflicts at this scale of the Metropolitan Authority. So it remains a huge issue in terms of governance and therefore in terms of planning. Next slide, please. And as I had, let's say, evoked earlier, and I will not do this slide in detail, there is the question of the next act of decentralization in France, which has been delayed by the COVID pandemic. There was supposed to be a law about the furthering decentralization before 2020, but it still has not passed. So you have an ongoing debate over, do we need more decentralization and at which scale? Or do we need less decentralization, more re-centralization, given the current stakes we're facing, current challenges? Because one could argue that the challenges we face can only be solved at local level, to solve at the peculiar level of the city. But others argue that, on the contrary, you need the mutualization of policies to be able to build big infrastructure to adapt to environmental change, to adapt to the new demand for goods, to adapt to the new demands of firms, and also to enable people to have better lives and better productivity. So this ongoing debate, no winner yet, but we will see in the coming months. And yes, a plan, that was maybe the thought I wanted to leave with, is that planning is eminently and openly political in France. Next slide, please. That is a slide I took from my lecturer, my teacher, Professor Edouard de Kecker, is that you have some similarities between the planning systems between France and Indonesia, because the planning documents, planning tools, and the system of agency is actually very similar. So Indonesian students had some kind of familiarity when we talked about the French planning system, which was especially instructive. Next slide, please. Yes, and maybe a last, let's say, last topic is the question of urban planning agencies, because as I told you, planning is it's a government business: national, regional, departmental, local, and intercommunal bodies. So 5 layers. 5 layers take care of planning, and that is due to the National Planning Act. But you have another type of organizations that tackle planning and help to develop planning documents and foster development in territories. These are urban planning and development agencies. And I put development in parentheses because before it was just planning. They would just help to develop planning documents. But now they are more involved in developing territories, which is a whole different approach, because if you want to develop a territory, it cannot only be through production of documents, of planning documents. It has to be with a set of public policies, lobbying, also sourcing of firms or other bodies in order to be able to create jobs and to think about the implementation of a strategy. And that's the new job of urban and development agencies. You can see you have many on the left side, basically one for each metropolitan area. I did not put all of them. They are grouped under the National Federation of Urbanism Agencies. So they represent about 53 urbanism agencies in France. Next slide, please. Yes, next slide. I won't go in this one. So maybe just to tackle some, no, next one is fine. Maybe now that you have more insights on the French planning system and how it evolved from the 60s to the 80s with decentralization, and then now with urban planning agencies taking more of a role in developing strategies for territories, I would like to focus on the Greater Paris project. So what is Greater Paris? Greater Paris is the metropolis around Paris. So it's, as you will see, another layer, as we had discussed, as an intercommunal body around the Paris area. And the idea initially was to develop kind of a flexible organization, governance and planning organization in Paris that would be kind of the same as Greater London, if you are familiar with this example. Next slide, please. Yes, So what is Greater Paris? That's a very good question, and most French people struggle to understand what it is. Greater Paris is a new layer, the Greater Paris metropolis on the left, which is the new one, the latest one in a series of other perimeters, the region, the urban area, and the agglomeration. So the two on the left are institutional perimeters, and on the right are functional perimeters. So you already can see that you have some conflict here about what is the right perimeter and how do you govern this perimeter given the other perimeters you have at your disposal. And this region is especially important because the Île-de-France region basically represents 1/3 of French GDP, so 1/3 of the total GDP of France, and 1/5 of the national population. So it's an especially strategic location, which is subject to many discussions, let's say. Next slide, please. So in terms of Greater Paris planning and governance, there is this question about, given the multiplicity of stakeholders and planning strategies already in place, how do we govern that? How do we plan for that given the existing situation? What is the right scale for planning, as we had evoked earlier? How do we coordinate the local strategy to, let's say, this more strategic scale that is Greater Paris metropolis? And how do you enhance cooperation between all the different scales? And that relates to implementation of design and planning strategies. So this is maybe the question I would like to leave you with is, what is the best scale for planning, depending on your territory? And how do you design an implementation strategy that follows what you want to do in terms of urban design and planning? Next slide, please. So maybe I can leave you, and this is my conclusion, with some thinking that was given by my professor Eduardo Quequer during his lecture at the University of Dipo Negro last week. What is our role as future professionals in the domain of planning? We cannot only design planning documents because that's too little. That's the way to failure, basically, of the same planning documents. We need to understand the drivers of dynamics of urbanization in order to understand the issues that to be tackled in terms of housing, mobility, land use. This enables to understand diversity of actors that shape the urban dynamics. And it requires to think about multiple scales at the same time in order to design implementation and strategy. To design a strategy and its implementation in our urban planning and urban design. What I say urban, but it also means for all kinds of territories, right? It's for rural areas, it's for mixed areas. I say urban because I have this deformation talking only about urban. And so maybe some last thoughts is that the urban policy, so the urban offer needs to stem for understanding the urban demand. That's one thing. That planning is political. That is something we had the occasion to discuss with people such as Mitchell during the International Drawing Studio in the past weeks. Planning is political at all scales, at all steps of design and implementation. Planning is only a compromise, basically, and you cannot satisfy everyone. And maybe the last one is that planning competencies that we are developing, that we are studying for, that we are striving to acquire, are not only desired and required in planning, pure planning jobs. So maybe we can move to the next slide very quickly. So in terms of opportunities for French and international students in France or other European countries, you can see that it's not only about working only for national, subnational governments. You can work in consultancy, design firm, architects, or big infrastructure contractors, or NDEs, or think tanks, or academia, of course, you're conducting research, and in many fields. You can do planning documents, you can do public policy design, you can work in economic development, etc. And the list goes on. I cannot count the number of my friends who have gone into so diverse kinds of careers after being planning students. And you can see right now I'm in a business school, even though I was a planning student originally. So you can basically do lots of things, even as a planning student and not planning per se. Thank you for listening. I'm sorry if I was too long, and very glad to have questions and further discussion if you want.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Ines, for your presentation. It's very interesting to know how the conditions in France, like how you guys think about the urban planning there, and like the current situations and how you can do what you can do as a students right there. So maybe we need to move on to the sharing session, discussion session. So if any of the participants here have any questions for Ms. Ines, you can raise your hand or write your chat, your comments or questions on the chat box, and I'll deliver it right to Ms. Ines. Okay, so maybe to start, I would like to ask about your opinion on your own study field. Like you're currently studying business, but still in the urban and regional scale. What do you think what do you think what do you think is a good thing about mixing both things into this urban planning session?
Yes. Thank you very much for your question, Sonia. It was really an important thing to me to go study more about the private sector after all the teachings I had and acculturation I had to the public sector. Because in the first year of my master's, all we talked about, most that we talked about, was public organizations at all levels, all scales of government. Then in the second year at LSE, it was mainly international bodies, study think tanks, also organizations such as OECD or multilateral development banks, what they can do, how they can act, and what's their importance as stakeholders of planning and public policy. So what I felt is that there was a lack, a gap in my knowledge about private sector, because the private sector firms, public or private, state enterprises, basically firms, let's say firms, are very important stakeholders in influencing and shaping territories. And we can see this as urban regional planning students. When we just look at the territory, just look at your Google Maps, what you will see is habitation, housing, infrastructure, but firms everywhere. A restaurant is a firm. I don't know, national administration may be a public body, but it's a big organization, very similar to a firm. So you can see, I don't know, some buildings of international firms in your own city. And very often, these people are not consulted on something that will happen or how they can contribute to what will happen. And that has sometimes disastrous consequences, because imagine you want to build a new block of housing, but you don't take into account, you dimension it in a certain way because you want to offer, let's say, I don't know how many units, but you don't take into account, because you don't discuss with them, that a firm in your city is going to build a new block right next to this housing, which creates massive, let's say, negative externalities for the residents. And if you don't discuss with them, you basically miss the opportunity to have them maybe choose another land, and you create a bad project. And that's our fault as planners if we don't go to see that those private authorities, private firms are included in our planning, or that we know what they're doing. Because sometimes we just don't know what they're doing at the same time. I'm not saying they're perfect or angels, right? I'm not saying that. I'm saying that good planning is good governance, and good governance means talking to all stakeholders. Thank you for your question, Sonia.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer, Ms. Ines. And since we still have some time to discuss about this, maybe any of the other participants would like to add another questions for Ms. Ines. Maybe
we
to
can talk about sustainability. Sorry.
Sorry?
No, I see somebody has raised their hands. Sorry.
Okay. So please, Mr. Aldi, you can turn on your microphone and say your question.
Okay, thank you, Sonia, for the chance. I would like to ask the question. before you joined the join studio with ESSEC and in Indonesia, yeah, since. And based on your study in the joint studio, is there anything particular that can be improved that has been implemented in France and can be implemented in the planning in Indonesia, especially, or maybe you have another insight of the difference in France planning and to the other work that can be implemented to others. I think I want to ask this particular question, especially for the Indonesian planning first. That's all for the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your question. So if I may reformulate it just to make sure I understand. Before coming to the IGS, yeah, what was maybe some planning insights from France that could be applied to Indonesia, and maybe the reverse? That was the second part of your question, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I maybe forgot to say this very clearly. I do not consider myself as an urban planner. That's a very, let's say, critical thing to say, because for us, urban planner, and that's why I will partly answer your question, but partly not. Urban planner to us in France is you're an urbanist, it's called urbanist, and it means you are either an architect, an engineer, or a legal expert. So I'm neither of these three. So I will partly answer your question. In terms of practices that could be imported, I would not dare to say or to advise on who should advise who, basically. One thing I learned during the IGS, and that was really fantastic to me, is that there is a strong emphasis put in Indonesia on strategic planning that maybe we do not find or only find recently in France. And I found this very, very interesting. But at the same time, I heard that sometimes you can amend the strategic planning, maybe a little bit too much. So that's one very positive thing, strategic planning in Indonesia, and maybe too much amending. But at the same time, you need to amend your strategic planning when the context changes. So maybe that would be one thing I would like to have from Indonesia to France, more strategic planning. And from France to Indonesia, well, I am very critical about the French planning system, so I don't really think, I mean, it's because I know it better. So maybe I don't want to import in Indonesia the flaws of the French planning system. Yes, that would be my answer to your question. Sorry, Aldi.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Ines, for your answer. Hope that answered your question, Mr. Aldi. If is the answer okay, or do you have any other follow-up questions for Ms. Ines?
I think it is enough. Thank you for the chance and opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Aldi. And so we still have some times. I still open the question and answer session. So if any of you have any questions for Ms. Ines, feel free to raise your hand or write your questions on the chat box.
And if you want to discuss later on, it's totally possible as well. My email is in the presentation. My LinkedIn is basically the same as my name, so no pressure.
Yeah, no pressure. You can contact Ms. Ines anytime. And so we have a questions from Mr. Patur. So this is a questions for every speakers here. The SDGs are scheduled to end in the 2030. Do you think that in the future there will be innovations regarding to the concept of sustainability? Okay, so that's the question. Can answer that.
Okay, thank you for the big question that I will not have an answer to. Yes, maybe in 10 years' time, when I have completed 3 PhDs, I will have the beginning of an answer to that question. personally, but this is very personal, it's not my chair, it's not my lecturers that I engage by saying this, I believe we will not comply with the SDGs because we do not have enough coordination and enough, let's say, political will to do so. So I'm a bit pessimistic, but I believe we will make progress, and that having SDGs, because before the SDGs, there was the MDGs, Millennial Development Goals, which were a bit different in terms of perspective, in terms of approach. So the SDGs represented an improvement from the MDGs in the way they were formulated. But the SDGs, again, nobody knows them really. Nobody, specialists know them. UN experts know them. But when you look maybe into more professional planners, etc., it's very rare or very recent that people start to get involved into complying with the SDGs. And when you look also at how some professionals that I met in the world of infrastructure finance have to comply with SDGs, is basically they try to account for, I don't know, a negative externality in terms of environment, but the way they have to do it, because they have so little data to really account for the impact, it's very approximative. It's not yet what we had hoped to achieve, I think. So it's a challenge, big one. I hope we can see improvements in complying with SDGs, and maybe 2030 will not be the timeline, but we'll see. And that's a very personal opinion.
Okay, thank you for your opinion, Ms. Nes. I think that answer your question, Mr. Fatur. Okay, then we're still open for any discussions, any opinion sharings or questions that you want to share with the Ms. Nes. Or okay. I would like to add, I think, one more question. So my question is about what do you think is the most exciting moment for you as an urban and regional planning student?
Most exciting moments in the past or in the future?
In the past.
In the past. I think
it's okay if you want to share about your future that you have to think about. That's also fine.
Yes. Well, maybe in the past, I would say maybe my first internship. In between my first year of master's and second year of master's, I was an intern at a consultancy firm who does urban projects implementation strategies for many clients, let's say. And when I was specialized on smart city projects. I was working on smart city projects, and it was super exciting to realize that what we designed, not necessarily had an immediate impact, because it's a very long-term strategy, but how attentive other stakeholders may be to what we say, and how it can influence long-term planning of many actors who can basically decide to cooperate based on what you write, what you produce, and what you identify. And to me, that was really a very, very exciting moment, because realize not that you have an impact, but that you can foster communication, cooperation, and a sense that your things are going to improve. So that was a very exciting moment for me.
Okay, then. Thank you for your answer, Ms. Ines. I think that's all for today's session. Thank you very much for sharing your experience, your stories about the challenges and opportunities of being a planning student. And you have also shared the information about how is it in France, and so we can understand more about what's happening there currently. Thank you very much, Ms. Nes. Have a nice afternoon, and hope we will catch up in some ways another time. Thank you very much.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining this sharing session, but do not go anywhere, because we still have another session for today's event. But the next event is for the game session, and I think I will leave it to Miss Filda Sari Sirajut for conducting the